Sonic Boom, Flash Kick.
Oh!
Oh my god, it's been a while. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. Hi. How you all doing? Hi Pinky. Hi Foxy Foxy. Hi Dub. Hi Ion. Oh my god. Oh, moisturized? Oh yeah, that's early. Yeah, I forgot. My bottle is empty. Yeah, I want to drink one, but hey, do you guys mind if you look at this for a little bit longer? Oh god. Okay, all good, all good. You know what? I'm gonna go refill my bottle. Real quick. For real, I'm gonna go refill my bottle. I swear to god I checked. Hey, it happens, don't worry. Wait, do I not have
Emotional damage!
Yep, still loud as ever. Oh, I missed this. I hope you are doing good, by the way. Oh my god. Also, I couldn't believe I bought Tears of the Kingdom. Alright, I'll try to catch up afterwards, but oh yeah. I'm gonna be right back. Wait, this one. Why is encoding overloaded? Refill water. Refill water. Alright, I'll be right back. Higher than memes like we did with Ganondorf. Wow. Just stop by to say hi. All good. Hi. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill water. I thought I checked, man. Thanks for 20 bits, by the way. Appreciate. I'll be right back. Yeah. I think I'm back. Oh, where's everything downstairs? Okay, all good. I got my water bottle. I got my water. Now I can drink. I'm gonna loop this music, by the way. Let me catch my breath. Oh, hi Inferno. Swinging by to say hello before bed. Have good sleep. Good night. Appreciate you. Why am I getting shout out then? Huh? Okay, so what has been happening for the past few days, or actually the past week? Definitely didn't miss you. Oh yeah, there's still ads, huh? I still don't know what to do with ads, to be honest. I just kind of want to. I'm gonna keep it there, but at the same time, I feel like it's gonna drive people away. I'll think about this afterwards then. But for now, oh boy. I think I should talk about the trip a little bit, huh? Oh, I should have made this like the. Oh, I should have made this just chatting stream because I have a lot of things to say. Oh, I only have one screen. What am I doing? You know what? How about this? I'll talk about the trip tomorrow. Because I'll only have one screen to work with. Tomorrow is gonna be art stream because I still very clearly remember that I said today is gonna be art stream, but I didn't. I just need to scratch that itch, you know, that Tears of the Kingdom itch. Our chatting edition, yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow. Hey, at least me doing art, I have two screens to work with. It's easier that way, right? Yeah, then honest. Okay, one last thing. To be completely honest, last night I wanted to stream last night, but Skyrim. Look, I'm a very curious kobold, all right. I'm very curious, so I went to a certain mod site again and browsed for a little bit, and I found something that I like again. Like, it's safe to say things about this, right? I'm not being very explicit here. You guys might not know what I'm talking about, which is good. But to those who knows, all right. This guy, oh no, I cannot stream. I cannot stream that one. It is spicy. Yeah, let's keep it that way. It's spicy. Decided to drop by and gonna hit the hay. Good night, Foxy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate all of you. So yeah, the Skyrim got my attention. Although, you know what? Nah. I'm not gonna make excuses. Yeah, I love the mod. Well, so yeah, that's why I didn't stream last night. I wanted to stream. Honestly, I do. Like, I wanted to play, maybe start Tears of the Kingdom last night, but it's like, Skyrim. Now even my friend asked me to play Gunfire Reborn, I was like, Skyrim. God, what am I becoming? I don't know. I'm equally scared as excited. I don't know anymore. I'm sorry. Look, I am. It's been like a week or something. Yeah, it's been almost a week. I feel like I feel like I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But I do enjoy being here. Know what I mean? Like, to be honest, my stream has always been like very free flow. I have no plan, no script, no anything. I just sort of do what I want to do, stuff like that. I don't think I would do well if I have a script, because I feel confined. It's like I feel like I have no freedom if I have a script, or like, I mean, schedule is fine, but a script specifically for a certain stream, or like specifically for every stream, it just feels weird. So yeah, that's why every time I stream, it's just like, oh yeah, let's press the start stream button and begin to spout shit and then just do what I want to do. That's why I love being here. Dude, this is like my personal safe space, and of course I wanted to make a safe space for all of you as well, so yeah. We enjoy being here too. Oh, when we had gut feeling of stream. Oh yeah, true. The gut feeling is accurate. A scripted first playthrough? We'll play the game? No, wait, that would be so weird, no? I feel like trying to act out. I feel like will people act like, you know, even if, let's say, they played the game before, but then they're acting like they never played it. How would they play out? I don't know. I don't play. Look, I play a lot of games at the same time. I don't play much games. Or actually, let's put it this way. I played a lot of a few games. I played Heroes of New Earth, I played Osu, I played Maple Story back then, but it's pretty much these games. So that's why now I'm in the world of Steam. There's a lot of games I don't know at all. And then you guys just keep recommending me games. It's like, hey. I'm glad, hell yeah. The game world is so beautiful. Never saw that. Fair. Hi, McLunch. God. How you doing? It's been a while. Oh my god, I miss being here. You're the one who plays the same game for thousands of hours. Cannot argue with that. Yeah, I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna open up Tears of the Kingdom. Although before I start, I do want to say that I played it a little bit. I played until I get what's the power called? Ultra Hand? You know, the power to grab things and attach things together. I was in the temple, and then I sort of stopped there because I was like, a part of me is just like, no, I want to wait until I stream this one. Part of me is like, I want to continue playing this game because holy shit, it's good. Yeah. And now I'm here, and I do intend to start a new game for this. So yeah, I'm gonna start a new game for this. Missed you tons? Me too. I miss all of you here. Are you okay? I am doing mighty fine. I believe I rested well, very well. Although I blame Skyrim for not letting me stream last night. I was so asleep pretty late last night. All right. I think I slept at around 2. Guilty. Guilty. But honestly, I'm doing very okay. I feel energized. My throat is still the same. Don't know why, but I feel great. I feel great. I hope you're doing good too, McLarge. Meow 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 meow. Also sleep around 2. Oh, I honestly feel like I'm not used to sleeping at 2 already. Narixu, hi. Yeah, it's my first Zelda game. No, honestly, I wanted to buy Breath of the Wild first. I went to two shops. I went to the Marina Mix game one, which is kind of far away. And then they're like, oh, we don't have Breath of the Wild, but we do have the newest one. And I was like, really? Do you not have Breath? Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, then I go to the other shop in Parkson, in Bintang Mega Mall. So I went there. another branch of Max Games, pretty much. I went there. They're like, we don't sell Breath of the Wild. I was like, what the fuck? So I bought this. Eventually, I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll try it out. I did ask them, do they have like any connections between the first and the second game? It's like, story-wise. They're like, yes and no. It's like, okay, I'll just play the second game then. So I bought this game, and you know what? I'm glad. Maybe like go Doctor for Throat, like such a gamble. It's not a gamble, I think. I mean, going for a doctor for things that I feel weird of would be good. How does shop only have... I don't know. I went to two. I believe two. I went to two shops. They only have Tears of the Kingdom. It's like, fine. Sign me up, man. So when I explained you call me princess the moment I came in, the Narix of Baruki. Honestly, no. I mean, look at me. I don't find that weird. Nuh-uh. Right, I mean, I'm sort of trans. I'm not, okay, look, I consider myself trans, right? But like, I'm not even going through, I'm not even trying trying to do like any surgery shit, or even remotely trying, or even like making an effort to change my voice or some shit. No, I'm just using my own like normal voice, as normal as possible. I'm not even trying to change my way of speaking as well. So I don't know. This is like, I do consider myself as like pseudo trans. I don't know. I just like to be addressed as she, they, you know, or she, her, you know, stuff like that. So nothing's weird with that. In fact, I respect that. Hell yeah. Now that's bravery. Nope. Is that how I want to be called from today onwards? Queen Kobold? Wow. Am I Queen Kobold? Oh shit. Nah. This one is automated, by the way. 8 minutes. Ching chong ching chong ching. Yeah, it's a little secret there. Yeah, I put it in. Okay, 我开始讲话了, but I'm gonna start Tears of the Kingdom and I'll speak Chinese and then I'll keep out. Yeah, hidden timer. So 我开始讲话了 8分钟了哟，看到没有 ？Chinese。其实我也忘记换 camera 啊，这样可以了。那个 Chinese 有点大。有点大，给我放这边，放小一点啊。Nice sound alert, right? Okay, here comes. I forgot to. 我忘记把歌关。Oh. Oh yes, oh yes. It's no normal voice, it's your voice, and it's female non-binary for me. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Still a reservist? Oh god. So yes, I feel 我一直忘记我讲华语。我也玩过这个 game 了，我也玩过一下子，然后我就 start 一个 new game， 然后因为讲都是我要从一个 stream 开始。I'm gonna start a new game for stream's sake, alright? There. OK 的，然后我就 new game 完了。不过我 check 一下 option 了。诶，其实我让他们讲啊，我让他们讲日本。I'm saying the voice language in Japanese because I'm a weeb. I'm a weeb. All good. 然后我觉得这样也是 OK 的。New game. Yes. Hopefully the game is loud enough. 我把它弄大声一点哈。我看过这个 opening 啊，I've seen this before, but I don't mind. I don't mind looking at it again. Hasn't been home for a week for what? What's a reservist? Oh, I would drink. Okay. One telegram. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not replying a lot. But yeah. I'll reply as soon as possible. Also, I feel like I'm missing a lot on Telegram as well. 好听啊！我觉得日本比较好听诶。
この地下へと続く洞窟も思っていたよりずっと深いようです。気をつけていきましょう。
I didn't know Zelda looked this cool. Oh, sorry. 其实我都不知道 Zelda 长怎样的诶。然后这是我第一次看到 Zelda， 我觉得他有一点，你知道那种帅美呢？帅美。哦，他没有换我的 key。OK。You mean the quote? Yeah, the quote works. Oh, army co-op. Oh, okay. Duty ends on Friday. Ends next Friday, I believe. Oh shit. Next Friday. This game is beautiful as fuck, by the way.
この正気に触れ、体調を崩す者も多いと報告を受けています。
Right.
あなたや私はこの程度なら
这么多个 love
ようですが、それにしてもなぜハイラル城の地下からこんなものが？この先の調査は危険が伴うかもしれません。でもあなたがいてくれれば安心です。リンク。早く原因を突き止めましょう。
Link. Is Link at his prime minus some banana? Minus some banana. 怎么还有香蕉？那这就是什么？我没有玩过其他 game 完全不知道什么意思。Oh yeah, I have charge attack. Oh, 我 charge attack 我忘记了，这是最强的。反正我觉得我 charge 像久啊。被bully 到打了。我就冲去前面那一行。More king, yeah, it's more kink related. We've been discussing that. Coin. I didn't think of it, to be honest. Have seen Huarong Train? I forgot. Tomorrow. I only have one screen. Tomorrow I'll talk about the trip. And I'll watch the trailer as well. Oh, I believe I should read this. Ever since the end of Calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. But I never could have imagined anything like this, like these tunnels were hiding there. Here. We must be careful as we move deeper. OK， 叫我小心点嘛。哎呀，不用紧啊，我有刀，怕什么？真是。呼吸。慢行，慢行。讲真有点暗了。Link。These are ruins for an ancient civilization. Wait, something's written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Okay, I don't know what Zonai is. Maybe if you're able to find an area similarly as cool as the castle? The castle? You mean this game? 不懂哎. No idea, to be honest. Is that a camera? Is that... Well, I never noticed. I never noticed she's using a camera before. Sorry, I believe I didn't speak as much Chinese. I just keep forgetting. Sorry. But I like the alert sound. Ching chong ching chong ching. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen design like this in my studies. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. In the sky? Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none gives us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. My eyes are too small. Wait, let me see if I can fix this a little bit. What if I make the camera... What if I up the camera gain? Because I am 100% opening up my eyes. all the time. I'm not even blinking. Come on, man. My eyes is not that small. Sharpness? Huh. Wait, does sharpness kinda help? Maximum sharpness, maybe? I'm sad. I don't know when this will start happening. Oh, maybe it's this one. Why is this one closed? There we go, fuck. Can the software be calibrated and with what's open and closed? I don't see any calibration for eye tracking. There is calibration for expression tracking, I believe. But not eye. Maybe it's like eyebrow sensitivity. Is that eyebrow or eye? No eyebrow sensitivity. No. I just need to close my eyes a tiniest bit, and then it would just blink. My eyes are small, but not that small. VC face, rude. Oh, there's no dragon for me to sim. I mean, we have a princess here. Why not, right? Calling things Baroque mm-hmm. Baluki dragon slits. Big princess. Oh my god, yes. Is this what the Zonai look like? They seem so different than us, and such large ears. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue. Linku. Suzuki Mashio? Suzuki? Suzuki? Oh. It's just bats, Zelda. It's just bats.
この壁画は王家に伝わる古文書には今からはるか昔の神話の時代に人と魔王が世界の覇権を争う大戦争があったと記されているのですが、ひょっとしたらこれはその伝承が描かれているのかも。先ほどの像にかたどられていたソナウ族と、これは私たちハイリア人のようですね。ソナウ族はまるで天から降りてきたように見えます。私の祖先ハイラル王家の祖は天より降臨せし神の一族と結ばれ生まれたと言われています。この壁画を信じるなら天より降臨せし一族とはソナウ族。
ソナウ族？
大地のハイリア人が交わり、やがて起こった国がハイラル王国。
Kingdom of
しかし
Hyrule?
そこに邪悪なる者が現れ、王国の大いなる力を奪う。
I have no idea what's going on still. This is the second time we watched this, I still have no idea.
そして魔王が誕生し、それを打倒する戦いが起こった。
The link we can slay Lionel for fun? But adds a danger.
魔王と呼ばれたものだとするならば、
Never actually played Zelda in Japanese before? Oh, is it sacrilegious to play Zelda in Japanese? Oh shit.
やはりこれは
I hope not. I kind of like the Japanese voice a little bit more.
封印戦争の全容が描かれた壁画。リンク、これは大発見です。
Link. Zelda never had actual spoken language before, not before Breath of the Wild. Oh, okay. Play some older titles. It's always gibberish.
こういうものを記録するのにとても役立ちます。
That's a nice looking camera. I want it.
この先は埋もれていて見られませんね。
To become a TV show? Don't know if it would. What about the CDI games? How about Morshu?
ここは一体何
How
だ。
about Morshu?
答えはこの先にあるように思います。今は先に進みましょう。リンク。
Linky. CDI. Oh, that's what it's called? CDI? Hmm. Oh, am I not close enough to the camera? That's why. That's why. Oh, my eyes are small. I need to be closer to the camera. God damn it. All right. Let's go, Zelda. We killing. Become Spider-Man. I can actually look at the feedback and play the game, albeit there's some latency to my input. Everything's so scary at the start. I wonder what happened in Breath of the Wild. Look, I do intend to play Breath of the Wild someday, so... Hey, I'm playing it in reverse order, but it's okay. I'm playing it in reverse order. Whoa. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh wait, that's the... Oh shit. What is this place? Let's continue Lunk, but we must be extremely careful. Have we not been being careful for the past few minutes? Or Oh, it's okay or not yet. Oh, I'm blocking the selection. Maybe I should switch sides. Because selection always pops out behind me, so... Transform. Flip horizontal. Now I'm here. Okay. So it's either okay. Oh, okay! The sounds of it recommend also Skyward Sword. Oh. Some explaining. Okay. Not stuck inside Ganon for 100 years again for once. Oh yeah, this is cool as fuck though. I don't know what this is. That is scary as hell. What? This is very dehydrated. I mean, you're right. Is Zelda horror? What the? Is Zelda a horror game? Whoa, my ears are bleeding. What the fuck? There it is. I didn't think it's gonna be that loud. Oh god. Wait a minute. Ow. Ow. All good. He looks cool. I like the eyes. Oh no.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
Oh, it's a floating hand. I just noticed. The first time I look at it, it's like, I thought there's someone, but no, it's a floating hand. But why? Hi, Essie. There's no dragon for me to sim for now. Other than Baruki. How you doing, Essie? It's been a while. Oh. Lunk? Lunk. 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 Been busy? Like, I have no idea what's going on in this game, but my god, do I love every moment of this. It's cool. It's like saying Lunk. Lunk. His name is meant to. Hey. I mean, you have to bribe me for it as well. You're gonna take care of your kobolds. Buy castle, buy Zelda, buy normal arm. Yeah, my arm changes here. have I said that Link looks really good? Monster energy infused.
気がつかれたようですね。リンク殿。
Link 殿。Link 殿。
私は貴殿のことをゼルダ殿から聞いて知るもの。
Huh. He refers to her as
重
Dono.
傷を負われていたが、命を取り留められたようで何より。貴殿の手は口、命に関わったので、代わりにそうさせてもらった。
That head looks cool. Link looks cool. But when I was playing this part, I felt it felt a little bit depressing, you know. It's like Link. I had like 1 million hearts, and now I'm only 3 hearts, and then I don't have anything. I have nothing now. It's like, what? Bribe, you overstep authority? No, I'm not overstepping it. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I want rocks. The shinier the better. Now you said it? Uh-oh. What did it say? Link is now part gamer mouse? What? They just always have to strip Link of everything but underwear. Always? Shit. I thought this is the only game that does this. This Link has bad luck streak of losing his power. This Link? Are you saying that there's like multiple different Links other than this Link? Oh, Lonk? Lonk. Lonk looks cool. The sword that seals the darkness. Its sacred power has been diminished after being ravaged by the gloom beneath Hyrule Castle. Oh, that must be below Hyrule Castle? Shit. Okay, I know how to swing my sword. I said I know how to swing my sword, game. You told me in the first you told me the first few minutes. Look at that. Oh yeah, I'm the best. Oh yeah, I still don't like that. I still don't like the fact that weapons will break in this game. So it makes me worry, to be honest. But hey, gonna get used to that. But they sure you don't almost die and lose body parts. At least not the Legend of Zelda ones. Huh. Lonk. Likes the breaking, miss his C weapon, assign them together instead of using just the best. Oh, you know what? I can see that, yeah. I'm pretty sure Wolfling was contemplating chewing off his own paw if Midna didn't break the chain. Huh. Oh yeah, there's Wolfling. Also, I love I can walk like this. If you get Long's arm back in gameplay, yes, but you get an arm at the start. I don't mind this arm. Have you seen this arm now? Oh, it's a nice looking arm, to be honest. Being an underage kid, get thrown into Twilight, transform into a wall and chucked into the prisoner chain. Now I want to play that game. They became an involuntary mount to... Okay, okay. Wow. Now I see why you say it's an interesting one. Landing in water, prevent fall damage. It's like Minecraft. This game is Minecraft. This is Link we're talking about. It's probably just on the Tuesday. Just on the Tuesday. Probably. Open up. Give me something good. Dun, 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 dun. Was a bit KKW. The typical loot sound. Oh, is that like the... Is that the legacy loot sound? Shit, I didn't know. I thought it's like... That one. That one is the one I know of. Oh, this part is cool as fuck. Shit, man. And the music is insanely good as well. Oh yeah. Damn. That was for big rupees or hard container fragments. Oh, okay. So it's the big ones that has like floating islands are back. Always wanted more floating islands. Ooh. Oh yeah, there's a dragon here. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. You see that? I don't know why the dragon is there, but it's there. I cannot zoom in. I wish there was a way to zoom in. I want to zoom in. I want to look at the dragon. Big sky dragon. I love. It's a noodle. It's a very big noodle. This is a weapon, right? Oh yeah, this way of changing weapon is so new to me. I got a weapon upgrade. Hell yeah! I'm just gonna break this one. Do I break this one? Oh, hi Brecky. It's been a while. How are you doing? I am now long. Long. Why would you break the Master Sword? Sacrilege. Oh yeah, it's a decayed Master Sword. It's already broken, isn't it? Cannot break it. Makes for it makes for good mining too. I mean, and it's just a Master Sword. Might as well just be a pickaxe. It's a pickaxe. If you look at it the other way, it's a pickaxe. Uh-oh. Oh, that's an enemy. Okay, okay. I know how to fight. Look at this. Might as well just call me the expert. Come on. Another hit? No. Another one. Oh, shit. I forgot that happens. Hit me then. Come on, hit me. Hit me. That's right. This weapon sucks. And Zonai charge. And soldier construct horn. A blade-like horn for the soldier construct. Very sharp, so handle with care. Okay. Is it still preparing pickaxe? Oh, is Master Sword that good? Damn, I didn't know. Is there road trust in this game? And is it as OP as ever? Me think if you're looking for OP, spin to win is more the deal. Roll trust? How do you even roll in this game? Spin to win? Is this even that good? I don't know. Apple. Apple. Roll trust was same damage except faster, good for single targets. Oh. Love abusing it? I mean, it's there for people to abuse it. Why not? If it's an open world game, abuse that shit. A tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. Equip it, use it as a weapon. Okay. Now this one. Now this is a weapon. This one seems very strong. Shtick. Sounds like Elden Ring crouch poke with giant... crouch poke with giant weapons. I love the sound of that. Also, I tend to be very slow when playing this kind of game, so bear with me. I just kind of want to look at every corner of the game when I'm playing an open world like this. Like that one. Do you see that one? Oh, I love this thing. Looks like a dragon, but it's not. No, I mean, look at it, look at it. Look at that, it's kind of cute. Actually, scratch that, it's cute as fuck. I love it. I love it. Long, I've waited for you. Princess Zelda left something for you in my care. This is the Purab head. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with directions. Oh yeah, I got the camera early on. How did I even forget this? It's a compass? Yes, the new name. Ooh. This game is meant to be explored freely? Do you have amiibos? No. It's a switch and a switch. Oh, you're right. It's a switch in a switch. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. Is Princess Zelda here? I never thought of that. What? My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. My message has been delivered. Where am I? We stand in the Garden of Time. I love this thing. I love the construct. The Temple of Time is visible from here. It was used in distant past. Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held there. But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. That's sad. Can I hit you? I never tried. Can I hit you? Do I want to hit you? Okay. Sorry, construct. That's kinda cute. That's why they were selling the TOTK collectors. TOTK? The alt the link? The alt the kill? Something else here? Hmm? Can I get more mushrooms? Oh, I can! Oh my god! I just want to eat mushrooms. Yeah. Mmm. Oh, it's a broken one. Oh yeah. Oh, also oh, it's Tears. Oh, TOTK, Tears of the King. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm playing the game. No. Get down. Why would you fall down? There it is. Thanks. Oh yeah, R to throw. Yeet. Apple. Your behavior is a threat. I'm not throwing towards you. What happened? Hello, you seem to be new here. Do you intend to use that as a weapon against the soldier construct? Soldier constructs? Soldier constructs are those that are those of us given strict orders to protect this land. The Zonai who created us directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser. You must treat them as a serious threat. Allow me to offer unsolicited advice. It is crucial to maintain a proper distance and target your opponents. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. Ah, I know this. You may practice targeting on me if you want. Oh, but please do not actually attack. Really now? Like, really? But... I love them! I love them so much! They're just a construct, I love them! Throw weapon? Oh, hey... Oh yeah, I can aim with my controller, it's like... Yeah, I can aim with my controller. sorry, I'll... Yeah, sorry about that, sorry. No, missed input, alright. Where Master Sword Axe, its durability sucked from Minun. It broke, I only have 3 branch. Apen. Oh, it's a dragon. Frog! A quick frog that can be found hopping around near water. Cooking with master parts to draw its speed boost effect. Honestly, I don't even know how to cook. I don't know how to cook, but I know how to roast food? Zelda love frog. Zelda love frogs? Okay. Like, I know I can throw ingredients into open fire. And that's pretty much it. But they say cook, I don't know. Do I just throw the frog into the fire then? Maybe. Hi. You have a stick. Oh. Oh, they're so strong. Can't carry more anymore. Can't carry any more melee weapons? Okay. If she were here, she would shove it in your face and tell you to eat it. Oh, whoa, hey. Alright. There's so many tree branches though. Like, too much. Can I have more mushrooms? I don't want to jump down yet. Burb! Burb's too fast. Come here, Burb! Burb's too fast. Mushroom. Yeah, this is easier. It's easier. It's easier to just break open the jar. Oh, strawberry? Oh, okay. Wait, no. It's spicy pepper. This pepper is exploding with spice. Cook with it to create dishes that will raise your body temperature and how do I read? And help you withstand the cold. That's nice. But I'm not cold, am I? Apple! Come on, there's one more. Get down. Thanks. Oh, look, speaking of. Oh, this one is not open fire though. Oh shit. Can I just throw it inside and cook? Is that it? What are you doing? Oh, you're cheating. Oh, you're actually cheating. Oh! Oh yeah. Can I have this? Help. Shit. Time to throw everything into the pot. So I could just throw things into the pot then, right? Maybe? Hold. X. X is triangle. Triangle. I have more. I have more apple though. I know. Oh, cook. I see it. Oh, decrease. No, which X? Sorry, I'm really not used to this. Okay, hold. Add. Cook. Ah, that's cooking. Simmered fruit. This sweet dish is made by heaping tasty fruits into a pan and simmering until tender. Tender fruit? Oh, that's cursed. Apple, mushroom, frog, and one of those funny glowing cores? Wait, I can cook the cores? I want to try it. Hold. Hold. Apple? Core? Mushroom, frog? Maybe one pepper? Nah, I'll get one more mushroom. Or maybe just four items. Can I cook with only 4 items? I sure can. Oh. Still gross. A bizarre smell issues from this heap. Eating it won't hurt you though. Probably. Probably? I wanna eat it. I actually cooked it. I don't know anything about this game. I thought it's gonna work. Hey. It's actually censored. I love this game. I heckin' love this game. Check recipe. Oh god, okay. Hey, Long. It's probably gonna be fine. Oh, you like it? Oh shit. Hey, all good, man. All good. I'm not gonna judge. I can just eat this. I can just eat this. Alright. All good. All good. That's a lot of these. Link's now is going to be happy. Yeah, I'm sure Long's gonna be okay. Look, I gave Long a bunch of apple. It's gonna help with digestive systems. It's gonna be fine. Long's gonna be mighty fine. Long is strong. Long is strong. Don't worry. Oh, I can climb, right? Borb. 2 Borb. Borb. Get. Oh. Nice. If in pain, just eat apple until pain gone. Borb. Yeah. I can cook the meat. 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 Can I push this? I can. Why would I push it down though? Oh, that's why. Let me push this one. Whee! Whoa! That kills them. Wow. I'm the best. Long stick. I want a long stick. Whee! With no mobility though. They should name me Long Stick. A long stick is good. Let me throw away this again. Whee! I want this one. Come here. I want to try my long stick. I'm poking you. I'm poking you. That's right. That's right. You can get close to me. Oh, long stick. Go take a nap before my duty tonight. Okay, Narix. Have good sleep. Long stick. Hi, Hibli. Yeah, long stick's OP. Look at that. They can even get close to me. How you doing? Yeah, this construct teaches me how to throw things into open fire and cook them. See? Can I cook Toasty? Can I cook Toasty Sky Screw? I roasted that, but it is yours if you want. You roast them? Oh, I had not noticed before that you were unfamiliar to me. My apologies. I love the constructs! they were very adorable. Look at that. Among my tasks is to explain anything that visitors might require knowledge of. You may have questions about this place. Please rest assured that the construct can answer them. I recalled that the question was about roasting food. I roast ingredients by placing them beside the fire. I do not eat, but I am given to understand that it improves the taste. Does it now? But there's no MSG. Our creators roast the ingredients in order to enhance their nutritional value. Do you have ingredients? I invite you to use this fire to roast them. I do. But do I want to roast them? I mean, I can cook something as good as dubious food. Do I want to roast them? Nah. I'd rather cook some dubious food. Give me apple. Give me apple, thanks. I love them. I love the constructs. A long stick. But then my long stick is gonna be short-lived. It's almost broken. I want long stick. Actually, can I fish with long stick? There's fish, right? Is that fish? I don't think there's fish. Maybe not then. I don't know. I kinda want to fish. I just feel like there's so many things to do and I'm missing all of them. Oh. Ow. Okay, maybe not. Oh, I'm back at the... Oh, yeah, let me cook. Oh, wait, there's just a tree branch. You open also the ideas because these game reward does start thinking. Oh! Meat? Meat. 2 meat, 2 spicy, 1 mushroom. Sounds like a real dish. Cook it and it better be good. Oh wait, there's no seasoning. Oh wait, the hot dog... No, that's not seasoning, is it? Oh! Wait, only 3 heart? Oh wait, no, that one is like... Oh wait, that single one is 5? Ooh, Liu Ban. Oh, 6.5 hearts. Holy shit. And cold resistance? Grants low level cold resistance. This meat has been cooked in crushed peppers to accent its natural taste. Overkill healing. It heals too much. I only have 3 hearts. Wait, where's the construct with fire? Uh-oh. I'm lost? Nah, you're never lost. I'm never lost in this kind of game, to be honest. Maybe I can go down here? I vaguely remember I've been here before, question mark? Maybe. Okay. Mushroom? Can I just cook like 5 mushroom? Borb! No, don't run! I need the meat. I want your meat. Wait, that sounds wrong. I want board meat. I want meat to cook. Please don't run. God damn it! Not. Come here. Yeah. Let's go. You're mine. Meat. Meat. What? Oh, you're telling me that I can just... Don't say a word. Do not. Oh, that's so much easier. Okay. That's so much easier though. Damn it. Meat. Meat. Oh, the what? I get hurt by Borb? Please don't run. I need your meat. Meat! Don't run! Yeah. Oh. Come on. No. Come here. Don't run. Let's go. I'm the best. I discovered climbing. I didn't know I can climb trees. I thought I can only climb walls. God. Okay. All good. Hey, better late than never. Am I right? They uses so much of stamina. You're a better hunter than Goblin? Goblin? Sounds like a goblin. How do I get to the first temple again? I've been there from during like 2 days ago. I thought I'd been there. This running attack. You play game during trip? No. I came back from trip last Sunday. My trip time was last Friday until Sunday. I came back during Sunday night. And after that I sort of took... Yeah, it's recent purchase. Very recent. Like I honestly didn't think the trip's gonna be a trip because it is said to be like a business trip, but in the end it feels like a vacation because the meeting lasts for like 2 hours. 2 hours during Saturday night, and then the rest of the time it's all just us, all just me going to Genting. I took a lot of pictures. I can definitely show you tomorrow. It's mostly just like pictures with my family, and also a lot of like sky pictures and shit because it's like very high up. It's Genting Highlands. So a lot of beautiful scenery that I get to take. I'm very happy about it as well. Me never understand why we still need to do these when we have internet. But for free vacation? Yeah, it's not exactly free, but hey, I mean the plane ticket is not covered, but the hotel room is covered. Very covered. It's covered by Lube World. I'm just gonna cook 5 mushrooms. How about that? Hey! Oh, okay. Lube World? Covered by Mushroom Skewer. Bud World? Mmm. No, it's a company called Lube World. You know, sells like oils, car oil. It's like we got some invitation ticket. Then we can, and I can just go to the first world hotel, and I can just go in, pretty much. Also, I forgot to inject. Now when I feel weird, okay, give me a moment. It happens. It happens. God, I feel weird because I taste blood. That's how you know it's too much. Yeah, injecting important. I forgot. Give me a moment. It's gonna be fast. Alright, all good. It's gonna take a while to take effect, but it's fine. Nah, it's just diabetes stuff. Look, it's a feeling of... Oh god, sorry. It's a feeling of like, I have this for 17 years, right? I have to inject every day. And I'm type 1, so I have to inject the insulin so that I can eat things and be normal. I sometimes forget because I just do this every day, and I thought like, oh, I did it. But as a matter of fact, I didn't. It's like, eh. It's weird. It's weird. Oh, oh my god! I keep. Oh, thanks, Brecky. Oh, that's so adorable, though. Where was I trying to go again? Oh yeah, rocks. And then I went down here. Oh. Oh, that's so much faster. Oh, there's a dot there. Ah, okay, okay. Nice, okay. I just need to get up here. Uh-oh. Badly damaged. Oh, I got a shield. Oh yeah, I can parry. I remember now. Oh. Yeah. I can parry, see? He's gonna be gonna to experience the first open world The Legend of Zelda years ago. Me fears me treat this game like a stressful checklist nowadays. Aw. I still love open world games. I still love them. Like the freedom it gives me, I kinda like that. Maybe I should just throw away all the tree branches. Tree branches. I don't want it. I don't want it. Yeah, the freedom is cool. And this game, it feels to me like there's always something happening anywhere I go. And I like it. Oh, I remember. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Mmm. He's too hot. What is this? He's too hot. I know, right? Hello?
この扉は私の右手で開くはずなのだが、どうやら力が失われているようだ。聖なる光の満ちた空間なら、
I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch him.
そうだ。この島にある祠を回ってみてはどうだろう。
Yeah, I was here and then I stopped. He's tall. He's tall. Hello, I love Raoru. I love Raoru. Please. I don't think he's a dragon, is he? Let's check back. Doesn't look like a dragon to me, right? Yeah, it's not a dragon. Source of right arm. What do you call them? I'm glad to have Raoru back again. Oh, it's a character that appears before? Shit. I'm so glad I have the screenshot button. It's so easy, just one button and I can take immediate screenshot. Yeah, I don't think he's a dragon. That hair though. Look at that hair. So thick. Okay. This one will kill me, right? Okay. Oh. I want to parry, Look at this. Can I parry arrows? I think I can. Oh shh. Shoot me. Okay, one more try. Oh! That feels good. Oh, that feels so good. Okay, now I have bow. Oh yeah, I can aim my controller, like... See? I'm using my controller, it's like... Okay, I can... Okay. It's cool, they like motion aiming. Oh, it's called gyro aim? Ah. I like it. It's cool, but why they require you from that? It's the game. Oh yeah, they have this weird mushroom. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. Yeah. I kinda like that. Huh. Oh yeah, I need to go to the temple... There. So many arrows? Oh, come here. Okay, I parry you. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Hit me. Come on. That's right. Recoil, eh? Do it. Do it again. Come on. I got this. What? Do it again. Yep. Feels good. Mmm. Sorry, I just like parrying. Oh yeah, I should heal. This one is too much. This one is like just right, I think. Oh, tad bit too much. It's good. Why are there so many these things? Oh shit. I'm going in. That's spam? Or I think it could be the AAA. It is spam. So you've made it here. This is a shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Now then, extend your hand. He's tall. He's big. The grand piano noise though? And grab and move objects. Yeah, this is the Ultra Hand. Yeah, I remember this. I got this one. And this is the Ultra Hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you'll be able to build a great number of things, really anything you can imagine. Use Ultra Hand and receive the blessing from the shrine. You must have such spine problems. God, that's sad though. So I know I have to improve magnet. I don't have a magnet. So I was here. I was messing around with this wooden board. I think I just need to like put it down. Yeah, see? Easy. And then they say I can attach things, right? Can you drop it on the head? Is it gonna kill me? That's the highest I can go, but I can try, yeah, like this. Yes, I think. It doesn't kill me? I thought it might kill me. So I can attach it like this? Whoa. Did they remove the self? It used to be it used to be self-hurt? Can I climb this? Okay, I do like reverse jump, climb this. Come on, climb it. Climb it. Climb it. Climb it. Climb it. Why won't you climb it? Maybe if I like... No, that's weird. Why would I want to do that? Maybe that's why. I mean, if it works, right? I mean, how else can I do it? Hmm? Can I climb this thing? You know, can I just like grab? This is unknown territory to me now. Like, can I? Oh, no, grab it. What? Is it not high enough? Come here. I have a job for you. Wait, I can just like... wait, no. This? And then... No, There we go. Huh? Am I not supposed to grab that? I mean, look at that. It has the hook and everything. Jump? No, jump cancels it. Have to make it higher. No climbing on puzzle dungeon walls. Oh. Am I not supposed to grab that? I mean, maybe if I make it higher somehow? I should land this one. I can grab it, right? Yeah, here, come here. I might have a use for you. If I'm like how will I make it taller? Maybe I don't need that. Okay, you know what? Come back. And then just put this one attach. Oh! Is that useful? Why am I attaching it? That wiggling stick symbol seems like such an odd UI element to always be there. The wiggling stick symbol? What? Okay, climb here. This should be tall enough. Oh, I got it. Ah, look at that. You're mine now. Okay, I have to set you aside now. It's too many things here. Okay, let me set you aside. And then I'm just gonna put you away. So I assume I just have to put this one on. Like this. Like that. Okay. Oh yeah. Easy. Oh, that's good. Oh, I love that. I can attach things. However I want? Oh my god. You have done well to reach this place, I think. We offer this light that will cleanse you of evil. Oh wait, is that Raoru? I think it is. Oh. Wow. Light of Blessing? A crystal that glows with the light that purges ancient evil and purifies with its radiance. What, so now I can go fight the thing? You know, the thing that broke my hand and the sword? May the Light of Blessing grant you the strength you seek. Thanks? Oh yeah, I have to find Zelda, right? Can I just skip finding Zelda and just go fight the boss? I mean, I have this light. Is it enough? Probably not. I don't know. Oh, hi. You did very well getting through that shrine, and you've restored ability. This is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door to the Temple of Time. 2 more, huh? Shit. You may want to mark the shrines with the distance with pins. Then you'll never lose track of where they are. The Pura pad offers you a very useful scope. It's quite handy. Scope? Scope? It goes to arm instead of chest. It used to go into chest. Place a pin. Oh. Oh. Where's the dragon? Where the dragon's gone. Dude, this looks so damn good now. Holy shit. And the dragon is gone though. How Temple of Time suddenly got here, I have no idea. Jump? Oh, this water. Okay, okay. I want to attach dragon to wooden platform. Oh. Yeah, hi Leon. Been a while. How you doing? Jump again? Can I jump again? I have to climb. Oh, this mushroom. This mushroom. Ah, Steam Deck exclusive. Steam Deck exclusive. You're right, you're right. Mushroom. Mushroom. Like, more down. Can I dive? No button dives. Only dash. I cannot dive. Oh wait, where's the shrine again? Didn't Raoru tell me about the shrine? I must have missed it. Oh no. Where's the shrine? I might have to climb back up again and see. No. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna climb back up. Real quick. Oh, mushroom. Mmm. A familiar drop? Eh? Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god, yes. Oh, the dragon looks so good though. It's a long... Whoa. 6 foot? 6 foot dragon? Oh my god. Look at that. 6 foot. I love it. Wait, I'm supposed to find the temple, shrine. Shrine? Shrine looks like this? Oh, is that it? Ah, it is. Pin. Pin. There we go. I got 6 pins there. 6 feet is quite small. It must be close up. Oh no, it's not 6 feet. 6 feet. It's 6 feet. A dragon with six different foot. Wait, this sounds weird. 6-footed dragon. Would I even say that? I pinned that one, right? Okay, so it's there. Oh. Like a caterpillar? I'm pretty sure caterpillar has more feet. Maybe? It's over there. Oh wait. Can I just do this? I think I can. Oh. This is easier, right? Oh my god, this is so fucking scary. I'm scared.
No.
Go. Hi, Rogue. It's been a while. How you doing? I'm sure this works. Just gonna be careful. I'm at the edge of my seat. This is so scary. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, Zelda, Lonk is a Giga Chat. Oh, okay. Everything's good. Okay, let me moisturize. Thanks, Rogue. How you doing? Nice too. Oh yeah, let me do one little thing. There. I can always forget about the blip. But why? I just drinked. Hi, Rauru. I see that they are still at work even now. We originally created the construct to assist in our endeavors. All of us were fond of them. I never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. The fact that their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they still perform it still. It is disquieting to me. Disquieting? Is that a word? Can I bonk you, Rauru? I mean, you are like in ghost form. Oh, that's a cool looking raft. Can I steal this? Sure can. Okay, I try the self-hurt now. Let me do a save. This one seems more... Blip. This one seems more painful, doesn't it? Like, just saying. If I, like... Yeah, it doesn't happen anymore. Hmm? A portable bundle of wood. You can use this to make a campfire if you have something to light it. Oh! Apple. Never enough apple. Oh, it's a construct. Hi. And fix your gaze up forward, face it head on. Pardon me, I was absorbed in my woodcut. Are you here for woodcutting too? Can I cut trees? Woodcutting is the practice of chopping down trees to create log. What the fuck? I can actually cut trees. This is actually just Ark Survival now. Logs can be combined to assemble platforms. You can also chop them down further to make wood. Lumber has many uses. This is why I come here daily to chop wood. And yet I still find it difficult to chop them down in the intended direction. This is why you may have heard me muttering to myself, fix your gaze forward, face it head on. I apologize. I have been rambling for some time. And there's an axe I no longer need over there. It is yours to use if you want to do some woodcutting. Okay. This one? Oh, this one is almost broken. Hey. Misinput. I'm sorry. So I can just cut you down, is that it? And then they say I can cut more into wood? No? Oh, I cut that thing! It become only 2 wood? What do I do with wood? It says to like a campfire. Yeah, make a campfire if there's something to light it. It doesn't really make me craft things, so I guess I need to remain like if I cut it down like this, I can use it to do things? I can grab... Oh. What do I do with this? Oh no. Know how we discovered dubious food? Cook stacked... You cook wood? Hey, you should try everything. Cooking wood. Oh god. Oh, I think I know why my eyes doesn't blink when I blab. It's the expression setting thing. Here, give me a second. F4. Ah, I disabled eye blinking there. There, I can blink again. Don't know if wood alone result in that, or if me mixed with other things. I don't have cooking pot here now. I could definitely try it afterwards. Oh, I need to make a bridge here. Can I not just jump over? Probably not. So I just need a lumber and then just like put it in between. Come here. Come here. I cannot attach? It doesn't seem long enough. Okay, I probably have to get two then. Alright, alright. More axes all over the place. Axe? I want axe. Oh! Axe. Okay, I need this one. Oh, that is perfect. Oh, that is so good though. Oh, this is definitely long enough. Look at that. Oh, I'm so good. More? I mean, I can bring it to me, I guess. Oh wait, I can just chop you down into wood. I got two. That is kind of not worth, is it? Wait, how do I go back? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's good. There's fish. Fish. Oh. A lively fish that hasn't changed much since ancient times. Its nutritious meat can restore a bit of health. Ah. Meat. Thanks. They just swim my way. Fish. Fish. Don't run. I got fish. So there is fish in this game. Why is this thing floating? Well, I can climb you. Now you can be a proper vegetarian who only eat... Huh? Wait, vegetarian eat fish? Fish is meat? No, fish is meat. What? Can I? Oh! Whoa! Oh, you stay in place. Oh, I see, I see. Here. Whoa. Oh, I feel so good. And I got a treasure? Oh my god. Look at that. Oh! Oh! It's a shiny rock. Guys, I found shiny. Oh my god. This is the best game ever. This is the best game ever. Best game. Pescatarian? No meat, but eats fish still? People already built flying machines with just magnet. Can you imagine what they make with all of these? Magnet flying machine? Shit, can I make something that flies? But I don't think I have anything that can, like, move things other than just me, like, grabbing them and move them. Is there something that can make them move somehow? Maybe in the future. I mean, I just started this game. Maybe I'll find something. It's a construct. Hi, construct. What are you doing? Shh, quiet. I am engaged in hunting. Oh! Yes, I hunt wild creatures that inhabit the forest. I do not remember seeing you here before. We constructs fulfill several roles. One is to provide any necessary explanations to newcomers such as yourself. Other constructs you meet will be able to answer questions you may have about other subjects. My specialty is hunting. To hunt is to dispatch wild creatures. Many of them dwell within this forest. They are highly nutritious to organic life. They are also extremely wary. A hunter must not make noise. Crouching is essential for silence. I can crouch? Oh, now I'm playing Skyrim. A bow can be used to strike from afar. Aiming for weak spot is best. I will give you the bow placed over there. Use it as you please. Time has passed while I hunted. I seem to have failed to hear the time bell. I will rest now. Let me know if I'm needed, but do so quietly. Oh, it's going back to sleep. How do you sleep though? Select bow. Oh. It's the same thing. I didn't mean to shoot. I was trying to crouch. Well, there goes my Borb. Come back here. Booga booga. Come here. Come here. Don't you dare run away from me. Come here. What? Oh, that's easier. Yeah, that's what. Borb, come back here. No. That's right, run. You better run. Meat. I got meat. That's easier. Bone. They put one minecart into another, then lift it and... Okay. Key breaking. Elegancy. Link fastest weapon. Bow? Oh, that's how you sleep. Oh, dang it. Oh, I saw the soldier construct doing this. Can I do it as well? Can you like this? Lonk? Oh! This gives me more damage? Oh, douche! I'm gonna cause a forest fire. Oh no. Oh, can you stop burning? Oh, thank God. I thought we were gonna cause a forest fire. Oh wait, there's a tree. Master of the elements. What if I burn tree branch? I mean, I'm sure it's gonna work. Yeah, it's fine. So I need to go here. Pin says that it's here. Like, this game is way too beautiful. Holy shit. I see fish. Oh, can I just shoot the fish instead? Don't run! I need... Thanks. That works. Mushroom. Oh, I found mushroom. Firewood bow ultra hand? Firewood bow ultra hand? Bow... Wait, can I shoot fire arrows? I probably can. If I have a question, just try it. There's more. Is there more? Yep. Yeah, you see that? That's the hair. It's so thick. Oh my god. Rauru, oh my god. That's a controller? That is some thick hair. I love this view of the Temple of Time. I always took a moment to appreciate it whenever I passed by here. The Garden of Time was quiet. The only sound to be heard was the time bell ringing in mornings and evenings. It was as if the whole place changed at the chime, especially at night, when the sound signaled the emergence of fireflies. Those were glorious times. Long hair is an indication of someone Asian? True. Hi, Blep. Stinky. How you doing? It's been a while. Oh, so much arrows. Hi. My next batch will also be tasty. Pardon me for not noticing you. I was absorbed in preparing my next meal. I don't recall having seen you before today. I must doubly apologize for my inattentiveness. It is the duty of a construct to field any questions that those such as yourself may have. You may pose these questions to any construct. We will answer them as best we can. Are you interested in my cooking? Yeah. Can I have them? Ah, you seem to be uneducated when it comes to cooking. Very well. You will learn how to create a meal on your own. Educate me. Sounds about right. Yep. Cooking step 1. Hold the ingredients in your arm. Step 2. Throw them into a pot over a lit fire. Cooking complete. This is a simple version. The word of cooking can be as complex as you want. There are many possible dishes. What you make and what effect you gain depends on the ingredient used. Whoa. Wait, I need to be big. Whee! From small to big. I missed this. I'm still jamming. Oh my god, it looks so cursed. All good. All good. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, that was a nice session. A nice jam session. Some meals are warming, others may replenish stamina. I have both of those. And tiny organisms known as critters. Am I gonna cook you guys? And master parts are not food. Save them as the base of for elixir. Oh. And this information was provided by our creators, but I cannot eat, so take it with a grain of salt. Food joke. I will remain stationed here. Ask me anytime if you have further questions about cooking. Oh dear, it is already late. I was too absorbed in cooking to notice. I will rest until the next time bell. Do not let that dissuade you if you have questions. Oh, they just do that. It's so adorable. Been culling my Noodle Dragon plush? Very, very nice. I want a dragon plush. A big one. Wearing my Kigurumi since I'm a bit cold. Oh. Kigurumi is nice. I have 10 meat. What do I want to cook? Stamella shroom? Nutritious mushroom chock full of new natural energy. Cook it to release its stamina restoration properties. Can you cook just wood? Like, just one wood? Is it possible to just cook one wood? Oh no. Oh no. Alright. It's so stupid. Oh my god. Rock. Rock hard food. Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, yummy? I mean, it is. It's kind of a... Ooh, it's kind of shiny, isn't it? A dish gone awry after adding the wrong ingredient? Chewing your way through this won't be fun, but it will fill you up when you're between a rock and a hard place. We must have cooked it with frog for the first time. We only got rock hard food after cooking diamond! Holy shit! I can cook amber. I can cook my shiny, but I don't wanna. And add one mushroom, maybe? What would this be? Oh, wait, that's worth, isn't it? I use one mushroom to get one heart. If you see something with a small heart on top left when an item is edible when cooked. You mean the heart? I mean, I can eat this. I mean, from no healing to one healing, I think that's pretty good. Don't think that's a good recipe. But it's worth. Look at that. It heals one heart. Hey, you want to try this one? A Lonk. I'm sure you have a tough... Right, a tough teeth. You got this. Yeah, sure. Oh shit. Yeah, Lonk is a Giga Chad. Top right for cooking ingredient. Alright. What if I add each of like one thing? Apple, meat, mushroom, meat, spice? Like what's gonna... this looks like a mix and match of everything. A mashup of everything. I'm gonna try it. Swedish by heaping tasty fruits into a pan and simmering until tender. There's only one apple in there, isn't it? Hi, Roxas. stinky. What if I add like two apple, 3 mushrooms, the basic one, maybe? Farts from Genting. I mean farts from Genting. Oh, Mary Koala. Oh, it's been a while. Hi. How you doing? How is everyone doing? Mary Koala sent us on this raid. We're barely qualified. Oh no. Or no. Oh, you're playing Pokemon Unite? Nice. Hello, how you doing? Anything rocks? Color you dead? Hi. Middle washing hands. Roxas is fast. How was Pokemon Unite? Did you get any wins? It's been a long time since I last played the game. There. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, but I am now addicted to this game because hell yeah. And I do art occasionally. Like this model right here. So yeah. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. It was fun, play with friends. Nice. Honestly, Pokemon Unite is best played with friends. And playing with Randall is a little bit stressful, Tommy. I hear TOTK. Okay, I just learned this. Tears of the Kingdom. It's wild. I just started, but yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, being able to attach things to another thing, like freely, that's good. Fruit and mushroom mix, hey! Contrast the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushroom. Look at that. I'm a cooker. Mostly play alone. Yeah, same to be honest. I only play like when other people play, when they ask me to play. Then I play with friends, but yeah, usually I play alone as well. What new with the past skin right now? It's been a long time since I last opened up the game. My phone is charged and I couldn't look at it. My Switch doesn't have Pokemon Unite as well. You back? Oh, welcome back. Only play when BP or rank skin I like. I only remember I bought one battle pass for the Dragonite skin. The Gardener Dragonite skin. That's the only time I bought it. Other than that, nah. Didn't play as much. I just like Dragonite. So soft. But yeah, I'm glad you had fun with Pokemon Unite. So I didn't play when Fennekin's skin came out. I'm sad. I have no clue what the Battle Pass skin is. I ignore the money stuff for the most part. Oh yeah, that's totally fair. I only bought it once in my entire life. I don't usually spend money like to do microtransactions within games. Only when something is like very enticing to me, then I'll do it. It's a BP, so you miss it, goes bye-bye. Yeah, true. Oh. I see Burb. Time to hunt. Time to hunt. Fish! Fish! Borb! Don't go! Oh my god, don't go. I need your meat! Come back! Nice, good, There's one more. I saw one more Borb. Where'd you go? Come here! Come here! Oh, just went to... until I get my stamina back. Meat. I found meat. 250 skins on MLBB. Well, that's you. The map is like a cake. Lots of treasures unseen. Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Asian popular MOBA. Yeah. I don't play it. I don't like it. There's no dragons in there. Like there's like Aoping or like Aolie. One of them. I forgot. No, Donghai Longwang, sorry. There's like Donghai Longwang, but it's like fucking fake ass dragon. It's not. It doesn't even resemble dragon in any way. It's like, what the fuck? Your name is literally called East Coast Dragon King, or like Eastern Sea Dragon King. That's like literal translation for the name, but that's the name, and it doesn't even resemble a dragon other than the antlers. That's it. It's like, what the fuck? I was so upset. See, now that's a dragon, isn't it? Or not. Thanks Cloud. Okay, where do I go from here? MOBA too complicated for me? It's hard, man. I think MOBA is like both hard and easy at the same time. Know what I mean? Like game wise, there's only like QWER. Right, there's only QWER for the skills and everything, and then potions. That's pretty much it. That's like a surface level. But if we go deep into the game is hard as fuck. I'm gonna go up there. The 3 dragons in Breath of the Wild go deep underground as part of the routes. So you're telling me that there's dragons in Breath of the Wild? Well, I'll be playing that soon. I think you just place this way up. Okay, maybe not. All right. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh. Okay, that's not good for the heart. Yeah, just get the shit out of me. Muswomb? Muswomb? Huh. I should probably try to hunt the boar using bows like a normal being. Instead of just trying to chase them down with a stick and like bonk them. But then again, it works. It works. There's no need to change strategy. Oh wait, there's another one. Maybe if I keep going this way. Borb! Oh shit! Mmm. I got meat. I got meat. Where am I trying to go again? Oh. Wait. Am I here? No, this is another one. I can't place any more pins? Well, shit. Uh-oh. That's bad, right? I'm gonna shoot your head. Whoa! Oh shit, I'm playing Skyrim. No, you don't know where I am. You do not know where I am. Dude, I'm playing Skyrim. Oh, that's a spoiler? I'm not gonna read that then. Yeah, I forgot to say. First time, never touch anything Zelda related. Try not to spoil too much, alright? They found me? Fuck. How do they even know where I am? Okay, they don't know where I am. That's the thing. Alright, time to shoot them. So I have to aim way above them? Like, way above? Why can't... What? Are you... Can I not? Oh, wait, I think I know what this means. Okay. Above? I mean... That's not the head. Why am I playing Skyrim? I think I played too much Skyrim. Which caused me to do this. Like, way above. Way above. That's not the head. Nah, I don't want to do this anymore. Let's go. Hey, you want to fight? Oh! Stem bulb. A wild plant with bulging roots often found in cooler climates. It contains nutrients that increase endurance. Cook it to restore stamina. Oh. Looks like garlic. Hey, come here. Ooh. Ah, God damn it. No. Hey, man. Whoa. How'd I do that? Oh, I'm the best? How'd I do the backflip? It's like this rusty old shield, so it's like a stronger shield. Select shield. Hold this and this. Oh. This shield is fine. I found Foob. Foob! Don't run! I need your meat. Come back here. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Nice. I should eat. 3.5. 5, 6, 7 hearts. 7. I can eat delicious, delicious dubious food. Mmm. I mean, at least Lonk likes it. I can just eat these, right? Delish. Overwhelming amount. When I study the entirety of games, lots of stuff. Hi. This is awful. Where's my friend? What are you? Korok? Huh? You can see me? Yeah. I'm a Korok, one of the children of the forest. I was traveling with my friend, but we got separated. My friend is sending out a smoke signal. I can't wait to catch up. The map is significantly larger than Breath of the Wild. Oh shit! I'm so tired though, I can't move. Well, move! Oh. That's how you move? Okay, okay. Well... Move! How do I get there? Can I grab you somehow? Oh, I have an idea. Get there, get there. I need you to be closer. No! I assume I can grab you with my Ultra Hand. But here's one thing I want to try. Here comes my tightrope balancing. First instinct was violence. Ah, look at that. Alright, walk with me, you'll be fine. Let's do it. Alright, there we go. Hey, your friend is there. Go. You're here, yeah! We did it! Reunited at last, thanks! I'd like to give you something, but here's all I have. What I do? This small seed was given to you by a Korok. It has a distinct smell. If you gather a bunch of them, you never know what may happen. But... Alright. Thanks? Naturally for the hell endured from Breath of the Wild. Although, I never played that. This is my first ever Zelda game. You were more successful than a lot of other players. We saw some tweets of people accidentally dropping the Korok off the... Oh shit! Maybe my way is the best way to do it, but how do you even properly do it? What would be the normal way of people doing it? I mean, assuming I have with this, but I don't see the hook. Maybe there's like a hook somewhere that I can use, and then maybe putting it putting a thing on the platform. Yeah, where's plenty proper. I I don't think my way is proper. I don't think you're supposed to walk on this thing. Like, Although I have to say it, from the sound of it, my way works way better. Just saying, I'm just saying. There must be a hook somewhere. Speaking of. So yeah, I'm supposed to use the hook. Let me try to do it the proper way. So I have to attach the hook onto something? I have to attach the hook onto a platform and then just let it slide down. Suppose it is a, it's a big word. It is, it is. Then if I grab... Can I attach a... Can I stand on the hook? Is the question. Hey, other than questioning it, why not try it? Hey, I'm here to do some experiment. Can I attach you? Oh no. Oh no. And I can stay. This is plenty enough. He understood. I'm sure this is gonna work fine. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah. There we go. Okay, jump, jump, jump. Don't. Oh god, please. Okay, thank you. Wee. This is definitely not scary at all. Safe landing. Look at that. So yeah, I think that's the proper way of doing it. Now I got to stable. Yeah, that was pretty stable. That's so good. Oh. Time to play Skyrim? I want to shoot its head again. Like, that one shot was so satisfying. No, you don't know where I am. You can possibly not know where I am. Oh, shit. Stand up. That's a big weapon. Can I have it? Oh, the stick. Why don't we gondola lift like that? How much more material? Oh no. Oh no. A thick bed cut from the large tree. It's not the sturdiest weapon, but it's heavy and does have a bit of a power behind it. I am now obligated to use this weapon. Whoa. Oh, I'm so using this. It's mine now. Woo! The swangage. This one has a swangage. How do I get that? Big bonks. The best of bonks. Fish! Fish! You're mine. Where'd you go? Fish! Please, thanks. Oh, hey, look at that. There's more. Stone two-handed axe? Well. What are you? What? Actually, let me use this. I'm gonna learn your pattern. I'm gonna block first. How do you attack? How do you attack? Are you attacking? Actually... Oh, you are attacking. Okay. Wait, what? How do you even attack? Do it again. I'm standing still. Standing still. Jump. Oh, you jump and jump again. Okay. Let me try. Jump. Okay. All good. But I cannot parry. Can I parry with this? No, I cannot parry. I cannot parry using two-handed weapon though. This is first me sees someone being so careful against Choo Choo. Are they not scary? Die! Oh fuck! Oh, they don't even do as much damage. Are you right? They only do a quarter heart. I have to make a boat there? Oh, is that why they give me the two-handed axe? Just gonna cute how you raise your shield and parry and all. I mean, it's the first time me seeing it. Kinda curious on how they attack. No, I'm parrying you. Hey, fuck. Big bunks. Yeah, that's good enough. Parrying is fun though. I would do this more. Like the effect of a successful parry is just too good. Those are the weakest of all Legend of Zelda enemies. They're slime. Understandable. I'm pretty sure I could just swim there. Or can I? No, I don't think I want to do that. So what, I have to cut trees down? Wait, there's two. Let's just drop them here. Oh! 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 Wait, don't go! No! No, come back! Oh, that's not... But that was immaculate. I thought that's... Good thing I have one more. What if I'm out of that thing? What do you call this thing? A clove. Alright, second try. Maybe if I like... Okay, let's be thoughtful about this. We attach a rock here. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's called a sail? Okay, okay. Wait, no, you're supposed to be attaching to the thing. Unstick. Okay. Attach it to the rock then. And that beautiful. I'm sure this is gonna work out. Hey, maybe some balancing issues? Here, more rocks here then. Perfect. So I need to jump in first. How do I jump in first? Will I die like this? Probably not. Alright, drop. Back. Back, back. Ah! I'm sure this is gonna work. Hey, get up, get up. Okay, can I step on the sail? Think I can. I can attach it. Lenho! Oh my god, this is the best rap ever! Holy shit! Hey, look at that. Perfect. Oh yeah, baby! Alright, we did it. Let's go. A new world for us to explore. Hey, I just want to like, let me get this. My prized possession. Admire. My prized possession. Miso. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my prized possession. Ah, god damn it, man. Fine, this would do. Miso. Out of words. The creativity is insane. Oh, don't you? Bonk. No, this is a game where if it works, it works, and I love this kind of game. No, I don't have time to just cut all the woods and make a proper rap. Nah. Oh. Oh shit. No. God. No. Our tree is not aiming. Oh shit, it's different. Eh? Bonk. Bonk. Oh, there goes my big stick. I only have one big stick. Oh, never mind. Ah, shit. Mmm. Oh wait, don't they all have like a power attack or some shit? I assume this is just gonna be a different, gonna be this. Oh, what? Is that good? I mean, I can move. This is too good. Wait a minute. I can move. I can attack. I can move. I can attack. No, that is stupid. Oh, I found a winning strategy. I mean, here's the thing. Two-handed weapon is supposed to be slow, big swingage, right? And then you have the charge attack where you can just swing fast and move fast. Which covers out the weakness of being a two-handed weapon. How about that? Yeah, how about that? Yeah, one of the oh my god, no. No, 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 no. I mean, yes, but still. Is it just me or does this looks like I can break it? I probably can. Ah. No? But it has feelings. Maybe not then? I'm just gonna go into this shrine first. Alright, second shrine. I feel like I can just play this game for a whole day and just not feel the time pass. Wait. Oh shit, I forgot. Stream anniversary is like on Saturday. Oh no. I forgot. Can I do a marathon of this then? Just play this game. Oh no, I did not plan anything. So you've made it here. Now then, extend your right hand. Did over 200 hours or so happens easily? Oh wow. Wait, you already played this for 200 hours? Fuse. Attach something to an equipped weapon or shield to end. What? You can undo the fusion, but they will destroy whatever has been attached. So it's gonna destroy the weapon that I'm holding? Or the thing that is on top of the weapon, I assume. Oh, Breath of the Wild. Oh. Pretty similar, this being the improved sequel from what we heard, from what we read. Yeah, that's what the shop that's what the shop people tell me as well. It's like if it's like a first time playing a Zelda game, they highly recommend this one to me. It's like, sure. This is the Fuse ability. It allows you to fuse something nearby to your weapon or shield, thereby enhancing it. Why not pick up that sword just ahead and then fuse a nearby object to it? Use fuse and receive the blessing from the shrine. Oh, whoa. Object. Can I? I'm gonna do something stupid. Like, if this works, that's a huge weapon. Oh, it's a big claymore. Well, I know what to do. I'm gonna throw this away. And I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna fusee this one. Oh no. Well. Oh my god. Oh my god. The range of this thing. Dude. Spin. Oh no, this is gonna create a whirlwind. I love this game, holy shit. Demolition at its finest. They amped out the creative freedom by a lot, which is impressive. It is very freedom. I don't know about Breath of the Wild, but this game, shit, so good. Oh, I cannot break this. Doesn't look like I can. Maybe a stone can break a stone? Let's please. It's okay, Blab. Let me figure out on my own. Alright. Oh shit, that's badminton. No! That's badminton, I forgot. Badminton badminton happens at 8. I have to eat dinner at about 6 or 5. I guess I'll have to stop at around 5 then. It's already 3. Nah. I have a lot of rusty broadsword. So if I attach this broadsword to... I can add a boulder to my shield. Look at the parry of this thing. What is this gonna do? Sure. Oh, I have another shield, don't I? Yeah, this one is almost broken. Let's add this one then. I love this game. Oh, hell yeah. Bring game to badminton and see if we can get everyone to watch instead. Oh no, I'm not doing that. I do love badminton. I want to play badminton over there. There's something there though. I'm gonna see what's here. This is so stupid. I have 2 huge... Mmm, 2 huge... Oh! Oh, that's how you do it. You lock on and then you jump back. Ooh, okay. So you can do a backflip by just doing this. Oh, you're not spicy pepper. A fruit that generates heat when struck. Cooked correctly, its heating properties improve blood flow and stimulate muscles to raise attack power in high temperatures. I'm taking all of these, thank you. A puzzle, maybe? I mean, I'm in the shrine, it should be a puzzle. Attach materials to arrows. Keep ball drone, hold up. Oh my god. Okay. Keep ball drone. Select material to attach. Attach. What do I attach? Can I attach Choo Choo Jelly? What is this gonna do? What? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, it sets it sharp. Okay, I assume... I guess I have to light it up. I have to light those things? Why don't I just like stand here and shoot them? So I have to attach the fruit that I got just now. Naomi's not sure if saving money to afford Street Fighter 6 instead of this was a good idea. I'm honestly trying to buy both. I'm close to being able to buy Street Fighter 6 now. Probably next month I can buy it. I mean, I can buy it now, but I don't want to eat grass, so... Ah! And then just shoot this thing? No? Sonic Boom times ahead? Sonic Boom. But what about Marissa? Oh, there's open beta. I can play open beta, I forgot. I have the open beta. Aren't you... Wait, you're burning from nothing. Sonic Marissa. Wait, what do I do? Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me. Let me suffer. Do I not burn you? I mean, I got a bunch of fruit here. I assume that's what I have to do. Only 17 left. Do I have to be like very close to you then? I missed? Maybe that's all I'm supposed to do. Oh yeah, I cannot climb. Oh, maybe I just have to bong the door. Wait, I did try to bong the door, didn't I? Hmm? That's probably not the way. Yeah, maybe not. Then... what? I got a bunch of fire fruits here. It's kind of funny when Link just raised 2 rocks. I know, right? I can. The sight of this is so funny. Yeah, look at that. I am Rockman. Not Mega Man. Rockman. I'm pretty sure this tells me something, doesn't it? Like, why are you burning? But out of nothing, though. I have to burn something out, right? I mean, there's a reason why they give me, like, 18 on fire thing. Then you put it into my arrows. Even the tutorial tells me that I have to put it on. You know? But if it's not to burn this thing, what else? Do I have a stick? No, I don't. I know I can make my stick on fire. I can light my stick on fire. Can I light the stick on fire then? I still can. Okay, go. Burn it! Okay, probably not. Burn something. Wait, am I supposed to... Am I... Huh? Oh no. Oh god. That is no, that is misleading. Why would you put this here? Then I mean, no, this is misleading. Come on. It's not hard, it's misleading. That's it. Ah. I found a key. I'm the best. You and me, Rock. Can I jump throw? I can? Ooh. Guess not. Alright, bye Rock. It's a fire source? Oh, you mean I can just I can just shoot. Wait, if I shoot the arrow there and then pick it back up, is it gonna be on fire? Hey, let's go try it out. Can I just not use the fruit then? So I just like... Oh! Wait, it's not on fire anymore. Maybe? Oh my god, this is so much easier. Well, I learned something. I wasted a bit of a fruit, but that's fine. It's only a few gone. Dude, it's so fun figuring things out in this game. Uh-oh. Oh, are you trying to fuse things as well? Oh shit, you're cheating. How dare you? No. You're gonna get my thick stick now. What the fuck? Oh! Oh my god! Wait, let me eat. Spin! Spin! Yeah! Whoa! GG easy no re. Oh! This wavy double H blade-like horn is formidable when it comes to slashing. Attach it to a weapon to increase attack power. Oh! Construct bow. Oh, it's a stronger bow. Rock hammer. No, I feel like my weapons are all stronger. Long stick? Wooden stick? Hmm. What weapon do I have? This one is a long one. It's not really long, but it's not bad, isn't it? So if I... What? I can add spikes? No, I want to add long stick. Fishery use on this? Did it? No, I haven't fused it yet, no. Huh? Can fuse a shield to a shield? Oh shit. Oh, if only I have another shield. Is there another shield here? Oh, did this thing fuse a thick stick with a stone axe, I think? So I got a two-handed stone axe. Oh, ooh, clever. I think I can destroy fused material. Yeah, if I destroy fused material. Oh, let's try it. It's fine. It's fine. It's only. It's just rocks. Let's drop this. Go to my shield. Oh yeah, double the protection. I never felt so protected. It's a yes on that one. Oh my god. The sky's the limit! The sky's the limit! Holy shit! I want a long stick though. Broadsword to long stick? So the one-handed weapon is gonna be so long then? Oh yeah! Oh my god, the range of this thing! Insane. I can parry? Oh my god, this game... Now I'm curious, how about this? There's a spike here that I can... Huh. Oh, it plus so much damage. Damn. That's just negated its downside, yeah. No longer short. And that's a shitload of damage as well. So I assume Stone Axe is also fused. Can I fuse these? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's already been fused. What do I do if I fuse this? Okay, so the rest of this is already fused. Everything is so long. Oh shit, I love this game. Oh, I have to bonk it. No. Bonk. Nice. No one told me about fuse. I can... Oh, I can fuse a spear with a spear. Oh. I have done well. We offer, like, cleanse you evil. But what if I'm evil? Am I gonna get cleansed by this light? I mean, I heard from D&D Dungeon and Dragons lore. It's like kobolds are mostly chaotic evil or neutral at best, I heard. So I'm kind of evil since I'm a kobold. So am I gonna get cleansed by the light of blessing? Huh? A crystal that glows. Yeah. So they all say the same thing? Question mark. Yeah, it feels like it. That's why they give us the skip button. What do we get if we remove kobold from kobold? Nothing? No. Don't remove kobold from kobold. Lonk. Hi. I came because there is something I failed to give you. Please take it. Oh, hey. A gift from Zonai Construct, designed to be worn on the belt. It can power Zonai devices? What I have just given you is an energy cell. It is required to make use of the tools known as Zonai devices. I cannot demonstrate its utility because there are no Zonai devices right here. However, I have associates on the other side of that cave system. There's a cave? Shit, I can't even see it. They can teach you how to use this. I hope that the energy cell I provided is useful to you. Alright, thank you. Oh. Ah! Oh shit! That's it? I can break boxes and get that, and they would give me 5 arrows for this? Oh, give me a second. Honestly, I forgot to add the thing. The no back seating thing. The tag, you know, the tag. Might be. Let me add it up real quick. No. It's just that I forgot to. That's not back seating. I feel like back seating is more about more about like telling me the answers straight up, but not suggesting like new things for me to try out. It's like a little bit of difference. I'm just gonna add this. Okay. I think just straight out telling me the answers is a little bit different than telling me than suggesting things for me to try out that's fun, you know? I think to me that's backseating. Oh, mushroom! I need it. Is it bad if I jump down? I don't know. Oh. It's never bad to explore a new place, huh? Damn, look at the water effect. This looks mega good. It's a fused attack power, so how do I think I know how. I guess I can try on a new weapon. Because like there's these things. Like this one. Soldier construct horn. I can use this to bows. But I can also use this not for bows, for arrows. This one for weapons. Yeah. This game literally said the sky's the limit. I can. This game looks too good. And it's not as laggy as Pokemon Scarlet. No, that's crazy. Oh, are you telling me that I can just... I can just go here. I don't even need to build a raft. I can just go here and yeah. I mean, it's all good. At least I had fun building the raft. And you're already in the sky. How fitting. I know, right? The sky's the limit. It's so much possibility. It gives me a sail. Do I have to set sail again? Uh-oh. Oh, they think the slime is the trespasser. Huh. Oh, the slime almost killed one. Oh, they almost did it. Hey, come here. It. Long stick. It. Oh, that's a thick stick. Okay. Woo! Oh, okay, I'm not doing that. Oh, a thick stick with a long stick. Speaking of raft, the best is... Oh! Is it the one that I think of? Mmm. Oh, she only one screen. It's okay. The bestest of rafts. If it works raft. Ah. There. I mean, look at that. I can attach it. Lenho! Oh my god, this is the best rap ever. Holy shit. The best rap. Hey, look at that. Perfect. Look at that. Yeah, baby. Beautiful raft. The best raft. Can anyone else make this? Let's go. A new world for us to explore. Can anyone make this raft? I don't think so. I don't think so. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's the perfect raft. Thanks for the clip, Pinky. It's a good raft. What can I say? Maybe I have too many stone axes. Oh wait, it's wooden stick plus stone into a stone axe? This game must be the mine of gold for clips. It feels like it. Ah. So I can fuse this... Actually, no. Let's try this stick. I don't want it. The thick stick with long stick? Mmm. Oh my god, the range of this thing is insane. God. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no, I didn't mean to destroy the jet. What do you mean I can destroy things on the floor? No, my jelly. the game gave me too much power. I blame the game for this. It's making me too powerful. It's giving the kobold too much power. Hi. Oh, that's a nice weapon you have there. No, what are you doing? Oh no. It's a thick stick. Oh, what the fuck? I'm playing Dark Souls. Woo! Help. I don't care, spin. Oh my god, shit's OP, what the fuck? It actually creates a turbulence? Are you saying that me spinning around hot air causes turbulence? Oh my god. Oh my god. Board Guster. Oh, are you saying that? I have one stone two-handed axe, and I think that's enough. Let's destroy this. Equip this. Fuse. And I can blow air. Whoa! What the fuck is this game? Can I blow away the flame? I mean, I don't want to do it. This game is getting insane. Soldier Reaper. A tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. You're not as strong. Drop. No. Shit. Drop. Oh. Oh, wait, are you... Wooden stick plus soldier construction horn. Soldier construct horn. Oh, wow. So I can actually fuse any of these? What? No fucking way. Okay, whoa, 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 chill, chill. Okay. Oh, fucking K. Give me a moment. This is stupid, but... Drop it. Oh! Oh, that's nice. I'm sure you guys know what I'm trying to do here. What? No! No! Why? Why? No. Oh! Wow. Looky here. This is good enough. Yeah, how dare there's no fish fusion? That was such annoying in the previous one. If your inventory was full, it just once. This chest contains this equipment, your inventory is full. Then the chest is closed. Oh, yeah, that is like the mildly annoying part, huh? Well, at least we have mushroom fusion. This is my main weapon now. Let's go. And my double shield. On-site cave. Are we finally exploring? We're in the cave. Throw material. Hold to get ready. Hold select material. Oh. Why would I want to do that? Can I just throw... Why? Uh-oh. Bad. I didn't read that. An aerodynamic material dropped by defeated keys. Arrows and thrown weapons fly further with this item attached. Oh! What about the eye? This one. These mysterious orbs can scan the surroundings, take advantage of the glaring awareness, and attach one for an arrow to grant an homing arrow? Oh no. The noises? Is that noises? I need a hammer for this. Perfect. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This fire starter breaks after one use, but it can create a long-lasting flame if you strike it near firewood. Huh. As if Ling wasn't lethal enough already with bow and arrow. So, oh, I want to try it. What is that? Are you a frog? Do you just blow bubbles? You don't look as lethal? I don't think... Unless these are poisonous. Oh. It's just a frog having fun then, alright. You do you, I'm not even gonna hurt you. I found amber? Oh my god, yes. A zoner. Whoa. A precious red ore mined from large ore deposits. Rubies contain the power of fire and have fetched a high price since ancient times. Money? Money? Oh, money. Oh, money, money. I can exchange shiny for that? Hi. Giant bright bloom seed. A seed that found underground. When struck, it would take root and bloom, radiating a large amount of light from the big flower. Oh! Oh, I'm in a cave! So I have to make use of this to create light? So I have to attach it to my weapon? But... oh, maybe I can attach it to my arrow. Like... hold and then up. This one. And I assume that I can just shoot anywhere. But I'm gonna shoot the ceiling. Oh. Oh, that is bright. This game's too cool. This game's too good. What the fuck? Bet. Oh. That's a mushroom noises. Wong. Hi, frog. Having fun? Oh, finally, clothing. Old-fashioned upper body wear. It got some holes, but the soft cloth feels good to the touch. It's hard to keep it wrinkle-free. Cool, let me wear that. Oh yeah, toga? Is that toga? Can I like interact with you in any way possible? Hi. Yeah, you don't seem like you want to attack me at all. You're just vibing. All good, all good. Oh, oh shit. That's a strong bubble. hi. What is that? The raft for crossing the other side are broken. Transportation is on hold indefinitely. This is ordinarily where we send resources across the river. The only silver lining is that the Zonite devices are undamaged. Zonite devices? Hi, Buttermilk. How's your day going? Going great. I am absolutely loving this game. So many things to do. See if you don't know Zonite device. There are necessities around here. Allow me to explain. This green thing is called a Zonite device. The one you see here is a fan. You can produce wind on demand by oh no. Oh yes. Oh yes. Are you saying that I now have found something that can blow wind and move things on their own? It's not just sail anymore. Oh my god. Good to hear you're doing great. I hope you're doing good too, Buddy Milk. It's been a while. You can produce it by striking it. Self-evidently useful. We have a variety of Zonite devices for multitudinous purposes. Using Zonite devices does require energy. An external energy cell will be necessary in your case. Ah, you have one already. That is a relief. Thanks. But perhaps a refresher explanation is in order. An energy cell stores the energy required to use Zonite devices. Its energy will replenish automatically while Zonite devices are not in use. Its capacity is not unlimited. Use the energy contained within wisely, otherwise you may run out at inopportune moments. And pardon the long explanation, it does not change our need for a raft. Zonite devices are extremely useful. Think creatively and you will find many ways to employ them. Okay. Oh my god, there's 3 fans. Well, we all know how this goes, right? I assume I have to set sail there. I don't allow any random boop me, only people I know is allowed to boop you. Oh yeah, that is totally fair. Hey, gonna respect privacy, you know? Gonna respect personal space as well. What is this? What is this? Lonk? Thanks. Oh, I have to get there. Wait, no. This is new Link game. It's also my first one ever. This is Tears of the Kingdom. Be a penis rocket? A penis rocket? I don't know. I just started this game. I only played for like 3 hours, as stated here, but penis rocket doesn't sound far off. If anyone wants to spend time doing it, then yeah, I don't think it's impossible. In fact, I think it's very possible to make one. I mean, according to what kind of freedom this game gives me. So yeah. Oh my god.
Random 1553 reminder.
Oh, thank you. Oh, we have enemy. I mean, what you gonna do when I'm here? Gonna attach something stronger. Like this one. Look at that. Gonna shoot your head. You don't know where I am. You can even come here. That's right, you don't even know where I am. I'm playing Skyrim. I'm not doing any damage to this thing. Oh wait, let me try construct bow. I forgot to attach this there. Doesn't seem to do as much damage as well. Why am I playing Skyrim? Doing good, finally eating something that isn't moldy bread. Eh? Guess I don't have money to buy oh god. Lightning strike my building and fry my PC and all my electronics. Oh shit. Even I mean it's lightning strike. Oh, what if I add fire? Oh shit. Fire. Oh, it's burning. Not burning anymore. I've got money to eat to buy proper food. That's why I'm not here for a while. I feel like instant ramen is like a lot cheaper than bread. I feel like. Oh no, I feel like because when I was in KL studying at university, I usually go for instant ramen because it's like a lot more affordable than actual like bread. But then bread is tastier. Not moldy ones though. I should just get down and fight. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. Oh, I should cook more food. There we go. Jumping down. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. Come here. Come here. No. Get mushroomed. Oh, it's a captain. Rusty broadsword and thick stick. As much as I love the... Long stick, thick stick. Thick stick claymore. long stick broadsword. Spiky club? Oh, that's a hammer. The Soldier Reaper is so short. I had to be more saving with it, which I ate all. Only had bread. The bread was moldy. I just avoid the moldy part. Yeah, well, I'm just afraid that mold spread, but I mean, if you got the chance, just be sure to kite to yourself, right? Like, if you get the chance, that is. Because I know spending all your savings to fix electronics or to fix accidents like this is tough. I get that. Soldier Reaper, I don't really want that. It's so short. Why are you in the chest? I don't wanna. Okay, thick stick, rusty broadsword. Yeah. Have you made a thick stick yet? I have long stick, thick stick. long stick broadsword? Oh, maybe a thick stick claymore. Hi, Dusty. But long stick, thick stick is pretty good. I was spinning this weapon around fire, and it actually caused a turbulence. So what the fuck? It's so good. Yeah, this is like the best weapon. Oh, I have to cut trees. There. Trying to make a platform. I can just stick them together, right? Like this. How you doing, Dusty? Maybe I should add one more. This is the most normal thing I've done so far. Well, not this. Alright, platform we have. Let's spin this. I'm sure this works. But why am I attaching it to? Am I attaching it to a bow? Why? Why is this a thing? Why can I attach a bow to a goddamn log? I love this game. This game's way too good. Time to get my treasure. Look at that. Longest arrow. Longest arrow. I got an amber. Nice. Now, how do I get back up? Of course I know how to get back up. Bows are also good things to attach to sticks. Bow? Looks funky on your back? Really? I can attach bow? To a weapon? Get up, get up. Oh, I don't have any vacant weapon though. Oh, my weapon has like a thing. I have a mushroom bouncy stick. Mushroom weapon though. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll get the chance to try to use it. I'm pretty sure I can just do this. Attach it somehow. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. There's too much freedom. I love this game too much. Oh. Long, please. Long. Control yourself, thank you. Long. Oh no, oh shit. Okay, I might need to modify this. Oh. Oh, oh no. Okay, thank you. No, don't do that. Wait, I see mushroom. Mushroom. I can't see shit. Yeah, that looks fine. Oh my god. Long walk in the straight line. Thank you. Oh no. Wait a minute. It got pulled down. That's like the highest I can do. Big platforms be fused? Oh shit, I never tried it. Okay. Did I got myself stuck? No way you're stuck? Eh. No way I can get stuck with this kind of game, honestly. The amount of freedom this game provides. Okay, as long as I can grab that. Okay. No. Oh wait, I can attach it. Beautiful. All good. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, let me change something. There. So now I need to use this fan. Can I just like... Whoa. Wait, I didn't see Rauru. Hey. God, look at him though. Oh my god. The steward constructs were the first to be built. After that, we crafted others suited to different roles. And culinary constructs, maker constructs, you'll find all sorts of them still active in this place. And some became so skilled within their specialties that they surpassed us. We began to learn from them instead. You should take time out to talk to them. They can teach you many things you might not yet know. Thanks, Rauru. I think my personal favorite combination is gonna be thick stick, a thick stick, long stick. Just way too long. Long stick, thick stick. Range. Might as well be zoner. Can we try rock and rock? I cannot use rock as a weapon though. Okay, time to build my raft. Wow, bad game. That's sad. Wow. God, tough crowd. No rock weapon. No, you can attach rock to a weapon, but there's no rock weapon like this one. You can have rock attached to stick, and then you get a hammer. But no rock. I mean, I'm sure this is gonna be very easy, right? This is way easier than the sail thing, I'm pretty sure. So all I need to do is just attach this to this. And we got ourselves a heckin' raft. Alright. Time to set sail. Stand on it. Thank you. Can attach phantom weapons? Oh, probably. Oh shit. Go! Onward! Bonk it! Bonk it! Bonk it! Thank you! I have no steering. I have no steer. Oh god, I have no steering. Hey! Look at that! It turned out fine! Thanks. Perfect draft. Good thing someone placed this fence. Yeah, I know, right? God, the defense saved me. Flint? Bonk. There's no steering. I don't know how to steer. Make something dumb. Oh, you call that dumb? No, that's being what do you call that? Being clever with resources. That was not dumb. I was being Jason. I don't know what Jason is in English. Being resourceful. Second best ship we saw today. Oh yeah, the first one was more chaotic, but yeah, it works. Can follow easily? Well, I did I? Oh, whoa. Actually, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Alright, set sail! Bonk. I think I aimed the wrong way, but that's fine. That's a barrier. Set sail! Go onwards! Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I kinda want to get that back though. Can I get this back, please? And stand on the raft. Don't cut. Okay, thank you. Stop. This is what I mean. Nah, this is fine. No, you just haven't seen a masterpiece at work before. Come on. I might need to make another raft to save this one. Am I gonna drown? Oh shit, I'm gonna drown. Nope. Climb. Okay, get back. Push it. Oh, it's coming out. Push it. Oh yeah, this is working. Look at that. Perfect. See, this even has like a reverse option. This is how physics works. I love when I can do dumb shit like this. Oh shit, no! Can I push this log? Other than climbing it? Oh, wait, I have a blaster. Oh wait, no, I destroyed it. Shit. Well, I found the steering. Let's go. We found the steering. This is a wild one. Oh, this one is a wild one. Alright. Well, now that I know that I have multiple fan, it's time to test things out. Alright, what can I do with this? I have... Okay, let's see. One fan. 2 fans. 3 fans. Uh-oh. Big hoverboard. I was thinking about it. Like, what if I attach two fans? What if I attach 2 fans below? And then 1 fan here. So I need to attach them below. But how do I know how. Are you... Okay, you're blowing upwards. No, don't throw it. Oh my god, this is so... Oh wait, it's like sort of to the right a little bit. Is that a good idea? Probably not. Okay, let's try again. Oh, nothing wrong is gonna happen, don't worry about it. Oh, I can just aim it like this? Okay, this is way better. Here, I'll even add some stabilizer to it, how about that? Alright, logs, come here. Oh my god, the sky's the limit! What the fuck? Look at that. Beautiful. And then just one more. You're gonna have a door. Don't worry about it. All good. Look at that. No. Okay, is this above? I hope so. There. Now we just have to stabilize this thing. Yeah, that's good enough. What is this? This is a hoverboard. As you can see, this thing goes below. I need one more fan. Where's the other one? Wait, where's the other fan? Oh, here. It's a stool. No. Oh, get this. With oh yeah. I'm probably gonna have some issues. Okay, how about this? Gonna remove this one. Where's this one blowing? Okay, good. Oh! Oh, I can attach fan to fan! Oh, no, I'm not going to do that, no. Our hoverboard mobile! Dude, this is gonna be so cool. I didn't think of that. Why is it one place heavier than the other? Okay, no, this is too much. I just need one. Maybe place this one a little bit? Perfecto. Alright, let's do it. Welcome to Tura Express. Your boarding. This is Captain Tura speaking. Off we go. Hoverboard. Oh, stop! Oh shit! No, come back. Wait. I'm being sucked. What is this? Oh. Oh, I might die here. I cannot climb up. I cannot climb up. No, because the fan is this side. I cannot climb the fan. Okay, wait until it's gone. Wait until it's gone. Out of battery. Come on, out of battery. Come on. Ah. All good. No fear. Look at that. Just gonna climb. Oh, look at that. I got some stamina back. Come on. What? Goodbye, world. Oh no. Can I get it back? You just attached two rudders going the same direction at full speed. That's the problem, isn't it? Then okay. Here's the updated version. Sorry, I'm just having too much fun doing this. Your behavior is a threat? No way. There's no counterbalance? Oh. Dude, you guys are so much better than me. Okay. I need one to be blowing this way. Ah. So we can all attach to the fan. I'm sure this is gonna go well. Yeah, look at that. Okay, I'll look. Okay, I'll indulge. I'll indulge. All right. Let's just make it a little more. No, gonna give the log some friends. All right. Let's try on dry land. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do. Well, that's that. Nothing's happening on dry land. Maybe we so just make it spin in circles non-stop instead of something productive. I'm trying to do something cool. Yeah, it's kind of working. Hi, Merv. Welcome, fellow kobold. Yep. How's the fellow kobold doing? Alright, test number 3. Welcome to Tura Mobile. This is Captain Tura speaking. We are en route to the next island. Off we go. Please don't die. I mean, it's not as good as I thought. Like, I was hoping for it to. This is too stable. Uh-oh. Steering wheel. Steer that way. Come on. Steer. Oh god. Well. This is my life now. Still chasing the sausage. You got this. The sausage, it's within reach. Perfect. Alright, okay, you know what, that's good enough. Alright, we have safely landed on the next island. All good. I was really thinking, would it fly? Okay, how about this? Just keep it simple. I want to try to make it fly. That's my goal. I'm gonna put tree fan below. Alright. Gonna keep it very simple. And two counterbalance. So this one sticks in the middle. I'm scared. It's scaring me. No, this is trying to break through. Oh. Oh, did I mess up? Oh wait, the orient. Oh god, the orientation is different. Okay, how about this? This one. Oh wait, this one is right. This one is wrong. I mean, you have to say that it kind of works, don't it? All right, reorient yourself. Sorry, but this looks like a. It looks strangely phallic. It's all I'm gonna say about it. God damn it! Don't spin. Okay, okay. No, not okay. That's not it. Fly? This one's blowing the wrong way. Ah. It doesn't... Is the log? Yeah, I feel it's not enough power. Like a deformed balloon animal. A balloon animal? Okay, how about this? I'm gonna... put everything on the... on below. Just like this. I just want to see it fly. No balance. I just want to see it take off. How about that? Sounds simple enough? Hopefully. Okay, looks good. Place on the floor gently. I am upset. I am very upset. Maybe it flies on the. Maybe it fly on the water. Maybe. Okay, let's try on the water. All right, I'm ready. Fly, 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 fly. No! Wait a minute. Do the fan on you? No, it doesn't work. I wish it does. On weapon? On weapon, I have to destroy something though. What is this? I have to destroy the mushroom? I mean, I like the long stick. Bouncy stick though. Yeah. Okay, I'll destroy the mushroom for now. How about can I like fuse Can I fuse attached things? Like if I attach this together, and then if I were to fuse... Oh, it doesn't work. Uh-oh. Ben! Well... Oh, he uses the battery to swing? Oh no. He uses the battery to swing. People will run around with weapons hundreds of meters long. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I'm out of battery. Improve Korok leaf? How do I get Korok leaf? Can I get Korok leaf somewhere? Oh yeah, they say I need to use boulder smack on flint to get fire? Oh my god, there's so many information. Here. Hold drop weapon bonk? Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck is this game? Time to cook. Mushroom, 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 mushroom. Cook. Huh. It doesn't give speed up? Before eating to... Yeah, cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. It doesn't do that though. Okay, how about this? This, meat. Nah, wait. Decrease X triangle. Fish. Pepper. Cook. Oh! What the fuck? 5、6、7、8、9、10. That is 10 hearts. It has that little jingle though. Do you hear that? Ooh, look at that. Crazy. Meanwhile, I only have 3 hearts. I only have 3 hearts. Oh man. Critical cooking. Oh, I cannot combine effects. So if I were to put 5 of these, is it gonna be? Am I gonna become Sonic? Oh, I'm gonna become Sonic. Mid-level movement speed boost. Simple mushroom pack skewer has a colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Oh. I think I understand what you mean. By I cannot mix the effect, meaning that I cannot mix this with this or this, which gives like a sub effect other than healing. Ah, okay. So if I were to add this, restore health, restore health, restore health, and restore health, right? Cook it. And this is probably gonna give a little bit of... Oh! The jingle! Stop! 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 I don't have that much health. I mean, you're good. Oh, low-level movement speed boost, though. How much is a speed boost? Kinda curious. Let me cook a little bit more. Gonna add 2. Meat. Cook it to restore stamina. Oh, this one is restore stamina as well. But I already have a sub effect. Mushroom? Scorching meat and mushroom skewer. Low level attack enhancement in hot places. Oh. Cool. I fucking love cooking. This, meat, mushroom. Energizing steam meat? Instantly refill some of your stamina wheel. This meat dish has been wrapped in fragrant leaves and steamed to preserve its moisture. Wow. Wow. How about this? Let's have a meat fest. Meat and seafood fry. Oh my god. 10 health, huh? Cooking fresh seafood and meat together. No seasoning though, bland. Mushroom fruit, I tried it, right? Fire fruit? Yeah. Oh, look at that! Only 3 health? Grants a low-level attack enhancement in hot places. Yeah. Made by heaping tasty fruits into a pan and simmering till tender. Hey, finally a 3 health dish? Which one is it? I mean, there's no hot weather. Ah. In a few minutes, the dragon already mastered the culinary art. I mean, a kobold, but still. Hell yeah. I know cooking. I know aromatics. I mean, Stamble is just garlic. that's how they treat them anyway. But I do love speed increase though. Treat this meat and this. Steam meat. Oh no, it doesn't give. Oh, you give stamina. I forgot. God damn it. It's gonna be weird. Hasty mushroom skewer. Alright, I think that's enough cooking for now. I want to try out the mid-level movement speed up. This one. Is it gonna be... Am I gonna be Sonic fast? Whoa! I'm so fast! Get out! I'm Sonic! Oh, I want the fan caster. Can I go down? Sure can. Oh. Huh. I'm pretty sure. This one looks like a target, right? Yeah. Oh, aren't you the Korok? Oh, you are Korok. You're not Hestu. But you see me? I didn't know someone like you could see Children of the Forest. Well, if you see Hestu, please return this to him. I don't know who has.
Ya ha ha.
Yeah, ha ha. Oh, and my friends are hiding in lots of different places too, so you should keep an eye out while you wander. Oh, you're the first one? I am speed. What? My personal favorite. Schnoot. The Schnooticus. Dude, this is so fast. Uh oh. Oh shit. Do I take the same way? Yes, you do. Oh. Oh! Oh no, water kills it? Aren't you a slime? I'm sure I can upgrade Tree Branch to something very strong. Quite the big snoot you have. Thanks. Big snoot, best snoot. Nintendo's Yoshi. Uh-oh. Is this what I think it is? More fire. Well, I mean, why not, right? Mmm. I found the best weapon. Alright, here we go. I literally cannot lose. Like, I don't even know how to lose at this point. What the fuck? Oh, thanks. It. Wee. Oh, fuck. No. Alright, time to bring out the big guns. Wait a minute. Spin. Help. I have food. Eat. Mmm. Spin. Well, that's a hard one. Oh, it's a captain. No wonder. Okay. It's a captain. Oh, didn't they say that I can attach bow to a weapon? Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck is this game? I don't understand. Why would I do this? I mean, why would anyone not do this is the question. Rusty boatswood? Oh my god, I need that. I have to. Okay, sorry. I know it's such a waste. Weapon. Oh yeah. Oh, the hammer is gone. I still have lock club. This works. Does this work? Hey, fuck! It doesn't work. No. Oh, it's a club. How do I? There we go. You guys saw nothing. Oh no no no! Wait, did you get the sausage? Oh. Oh. A valuable ore that gives off a mesmerizing iridescence? Similar to the inside of a seashell, it contains the power of water. You smash your weapon and got material. No, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Oh no, I'm not Sonic anymore. Is this what I think it is? Oh. Oh, I can make my own. Wait. Oh, 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 whoa, whoa. Hey. Oh, we need maximum power for this shit. The absolute maximum. Once this baby reach, make that as a weapon. I can make minecart as a weapon? Oh wait, that's not supposed to happen. Alright. Beautiful. Okay, do I have something that I can deattach? Oh wait, I need another weapon. Full win ahead. Is there any extra weapon here? No? Guess I'll find one soon. Maybe I should take a minecart with me. Or maybe I should just test it out. Go to the... No fucking way. How the fuck? I can fuse minecart to my weapon? Okay, I'm bringing one minecart with me. Dude, this is illegal. Like... Oh, what? Alright. Full win ahead. Whee! Go! Oh, it's so... Oh shit! So fast. Oh my god, this is so scary. Hell, I can see... What? Thanks. I cannot see anything. Is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. Oh, I shouldn't take that. Oh wait, I should. I know what to do. God, I'm so clever. Oh, whoa! I love this game. Oh my god. Just fuse anything I see. But not the fish though. I'm upset. Can I at least fuse raw meat? I mean, I can fuse mushroom. I'm taking this minecart with me. It's too important. God, are you saying you're too thick? No, that fish. Can I get that? Oh, uh-huh. This cave is especially dark. You will need a light in order to proceed to the mining site ahead. Do you have any blackbroom seed? Yes I do. With relief, you will not otherwise be able to see anything as you proceed. Bright bloom seed grows primarily in caves. There was a time once when they grew here as well. This cave has been mostly picked clean of them. That is because it is especially dark. The seeds were often necessary. My associates often forget to bring bright bloom seeds. I am posted here to provide a reminder. Use them to light your way if you are proceeding ahead. Watch your step. Thank you, Thank you, Construct. Sorry, didn't mean to hurt you. I need my fan. And then we get them spear. A shield looks always active. Can I attach fan to shield? Can I attach fan to shield? That's a question, isn't it? No, fan! Not like this. God. Please, Lonk. Just... Okay, chill. Okay, my shield was broken, right? Here, no. Fuse. Whoa, it just activates? it just activates. Cool. Backflip. Alright, that's good enough. Oh, I think I cannot use minecart here. That is so good. It used to be 2 boulders, now it's 2 fan. Shiny. Oh wait. Ah, god. Whee. Shiny. I don't think this works. I don't have a hammer. Axe? Don't question it. Fan shield's badly damaged. God damn it, that's my shield though. Don't worry, I have other shields, it's fine. Oh, look at that. Oh! I found a new weapon. You know what that means? Hey, minecart. It's gonna be ridiculous. Do you see how big this thing is? Oh my... Oh, we just make it smaller. Well, I'll take it. New hammer. We found the hammer. Shield showing its age. I mean, to be fair, I've been using this shield for a bit, so yeah, it's beautiful. Best game. Can I mine with this? Oh, it works well. Too well. It works too well. Oh, it's bright there. It's okay. I want to shoot one more. Whee! Good enough. Excuse me. That Zonite is already slated for processing. Oh, sorry. It would pose difficulties for me if you took it for yourself. Zonite? Oh, are you unfamiliar with it? This is the Zonite I mentioned. It is a unique material that can be mined far beneath the land below. There are traces deposited of it on this island as well, but they are limited to this cave. Link's leg, Link's leg, Long's leg is Zonite. Our society flourished by processing this substance into other materials. Zonite is processed by smelting it in a furnace. It is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. The other leg. A few such materials will be ready for your review shortly. Wait one moment. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I will now explain what sorts of materials the ore can be processed into. Zonite technology is typically powered by zonite charges. These occasionally solidify into a form known as crystallized charges. Converting zonite into other useful materials in this way is called processing. I have a bunch of zonite charges, don't I? I want power zonite devices and constructs. A charge can be consumed to replenish your energy cell. Do you need anything else explained? Crystallized charges? Crystallized charges are a solidified form of zonite charges. We mainly use them as raw material in the construction of energy cells. Please visit anytime you require processed materials. So, what? I just throw my zonite in here to smelt it? That looks painful. No? It doesn't do anything. Maybe I have to get more. There's a bunch here. Let me just get these. There's so many hammers here. Those are not even minecarts anymore, they're hammers. Mmm. I don't think I can mine this.
1658 reminder.
God, really? I cannot play for too long anymore. It's okay. I'll play this on Saturday. Tomorrow is gonna be art stream. I need to do art. Hey, it's a streamiversary stream as well. Why not just marathon this? I mean, it's not marathon. I'm just probably gonna play the game for a whole day. This game previously had ample resources. It is gradually yielding less and less. That is why I require support. But my requests have so far gone unanswered. I must therefore continue to mine without resting. Oh no. Can I help you mine this one then? There you go. What? No, I'm trying to help you mine. Hi. I hope that support will someday arrive. Well, am I one? I help you mine that one, now you can rest. Yeah. Yeah, there we go, look at that. Oh. Yeah, I have not given permission to take those. Hi. Could it be they have forgotten to bring Zonite capsules? Zonite capsules? You've forgotten yours, or perhaps you may not even know what I mean? Zonite capsules are a convenient means of carrying portable Zonite devices. It is unfortunate that you seem to have none. I will lend you a few spares. Oh, thank you! A Zonite device that produces wind with its internal propeller. It's likely that the Zonite made smart use of this wind power to transport objects and generate thrust. The ones I gave you were fan types. You can deploy them at any time. They will generate wind when struck. The Zonite devices are useful and come in many varieties.
This loser gave you free stuff. What an idiot.
No, he's cute. Don't say that. It's not a loser. He's the best construct. I always carry several with me for any occasion. Many neglect to keep a healthy supply on hand. I keep watch for such individuals. The spares I gave you were the last ones I carried. Take care not to forget again. Remember that the device cannot be put back into its capsule. Think carefully before deploying one from your pouch. Okay. They belong to the past, or maybe the future. They have the Zonite things. But I don't want to use the Zonite devices or like the Zonite capsule. Hey, you know what? There's like multiple fan back here. Like as if they should have already been ancient and decayed millennia ago. Probably. Oh, look what it is. The thing that we need. You're coming with me. You've violated the law. Pay your fine or serve your sentence. Oh yeah, I can use controller for this. I didn't mean to do that. All good. Which law? Propeller? I don't know. 2 less fan power law. You can even make a log fly. Can I make a minecart fly? Can I make a minecart fly? Huh. No, I'm not trying that. I choose you. More minecart. Minecart shield? Oh yeah, I have multiple shields, I think. Let's add it to a rusty shield. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Support that takes 100% as payment. They're okay with that, I think. Portable minecart, but I cannot take them out. Hey, you wanna see breakdance? Oh. Alright, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. Oh, wait. I haven't processed the Zonite yet. The Zonite. Do I not? Hi. You already told me those. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, Lex, hi.
Yep.
Lex, I never say thank you. Whoa. I never said thank you for the booster server. I don't know what that does, but thank you. Seems like a big deal. on the Discord server, I mean. How are you doing? It's been a while. Do I just... No, I mean, I tried it. It's not just far. Huh. Or maybe I can just take it. Can take... Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Hope you're doing good, Lakes. I'll take them all. All that are available? The 10 here will cost you 30 pieces of Zonite. It's a deal. I will process the Zonite later. The resulting materials will be available to you once the processing is complete. Nice. What does that do? I don't know. There was a steal option. I'll just buy all of these then. I'll take them all. The 5 here costs 10 pieces. It's a deal. This I have on hand. Please find how I process more. Oh, I will. Take. Alright, I took everything. Let's go. How many minecarts? Never enough. Wait, maybe... just maybe. Oh yeah. This is what I'm talking about. I'm taking the top seat. I call dibs. Shotgun. Wee! Oh my god. Perfect. I call dibs. Dibs. Shotgun. Dibs. Dude, this looks... Oh my god, this game looks fucking good. Oh! Don't worry about it. Hi. I forgot how hot you looked. Too bad you're ethereal. Want to take a good picture of you. It's doing alright? Nice. How your minication went well? Have you been with Tears of Kingdom? The minication went really well, but I didn't talk about it because I only have one screen to work with today. I'll talk about it tomorrow. A lot of them. I took a bunch of pictures as well. Turns out it's not a business trip at all. It became sort of a vacation to me, so I'm glad. Really glad. And Tears of the Kingdom, I am enjoying this game way too much. The time bell that sounds from the Temple of Time rings at the set time each morning and evening. Along with the constructs, we walked to the sound of the bell. When we heard it in the evening, we knew it was time to rest. It also played its part in our traditional ceremonies. In a way, it was, this place is beating hard. The sight of the temple and the sound of the bell stir fond memories in me. Cool. Hey, you like a minecart? No? Mushroom! What am I supposed to do again? Oh. Hi. Device dispenser operation confirmed. On track to meet today's Zonite capsule production target. This all remind me so much of Skyward Sword. Oh. Oh, do you want to use the device dispenser? I have nearly met my target. You are welcome to use it. Device dispenser? Yeah, this is a device dispenser. It produces Zonai capsule by converting certain resources. The resources it accepts are things such as construct horns and Zonai chargers? Oh! You can process resources that you hold by dropping them into the receptacle. It is similar to using a cooking pot. Oh. Explains Zonai capsule? Sure. Convenient pocket form can be put back in this capsule after you removed it. They are intended to be disposable. They are also plentiful. You can extract many Zonai capsules from a single device dispenser. There is no harm in converting your spare resources into Zonai capsules. It ensures you will always have a few. No strike of time, Mr. Time Bell, go sleep. I love the constructs. They're so adorable in a way. I don't know why. Like, they're just metallic constructs, but I love them. Look at that. They're just constructs, but I love them. Nice, nice. You're supposed to do fun. Gachapon. God, I mean, I've been playing this light for a lot. Reminds me of like terrible gacha. Gacha. Everybody seems so selfish with those cards. They all use mine cards. What about your... How about your cards, huh? Do I just put 5 Zonai things? Oh, charges. Charges here. Put in. That is a lot more than I thought. Thanks. Oh no. Oh no, there's so many other things. A Zonai device that shoots fire. That shoots fire? What's the point? I mean, I know what's the point. It's thought to have been originally used as protection from monsters. Oh my god. There's more? Portable oh, this one is like normal, okay. A Zonai device for cooking food almost anytime, anywhere. It lasts for cooking one recipe only. The device is easier to use on flat surfaces. Well, now I have to know. Is there more of a different kind? Oh, why is Link happy? Lonk? What'd you get? Nah, it's all the same. Yes, fire. Boom, boom. I should probably use axe for this. Oh, what? A very energetic cricket. Cook it with monster parts to create a stamina recovery elixir? Oh. Oh yeah, they talked something about elixir. Oh, hi, it's you again. Need to reach your friend? Oh, I know what to do. Can I walk on this? Only one way to find out. I probably can. Well, you know what to do then. You can see what's in them on the map once you use them. I never really checked the map. Oh. Oh, that's nice. That's handy. Thank you. Alright, I'm pretty sure there's nothing else here. Alright, come here, Korok. Come here. You scared me? Never say able to see me. Be gentle, okay? I was trying someone got separated. Yes, I was trying to go there. I saw the smoke. My friend is sending a smoke signal. Can we catch up? So try cannot move. Yee, go, 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 go. Come here, come here. You and me, we're going on the trip together. Don't worry, we're not gonna fall. You have to trust me on this one, alright? Let's go. Alright, be in the center. Fuck. This is probably gonna be very scary. Oh shit! No. All good, all good. Don't worry about it. Why am I doing this? Wow. This is too thin. Uh-oh, I lost the Korok. Oh wait, I didn't lost the Korok. Alright, fine, fine. I'll do it the normal way. Do the Mario. Wahoo! Oh, what is that? Where did it come from? Oh, I'm so glad I fell. Hi. Excuse me, the snowy mountain above us is extremely cold. Unprepared travelers will swiftly lose vitality and may even die. Are you fortified against the cold? Fortified how? Insufficient preparation can lead to death in harsh environments. My advice can avert this, please listen carefully. The primary safeguard used by our creator were meals that warmed them. These meals were typically prepared using ingredients with warm-sounding names. Any such ingredients would suffice. Some were also thick cloves or warmed themselves by a fire. These solutions were effective but less accessible. Be mindful of your ingredients when cooking. My understanding is that only one cooking effect can apply per meal. Ah. You must take care not to eat something with a different effect afterwards. The chill will set in again sooner than you expect. Okay. Am I trying to go there? Nah. But I want to explore this cave. Oh, back. I'm climbing though. Can you get out? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. I used the wrong weapon. You did the Mario just with Korok instead of Baby Penguin? Wait, what? Baby Penguin? I think hammer is quite important. I should use my actual weapon. Long stick board sword. Rusty board sword thick stick. Yeah. Like this one. It's kind of dark. Can I get out? Whoa. Oh, I'm bearably cold. I'm dying. Goodbye. It's not cold here. Oh no, this cave is confusing. Dropping the baby penguin into the void? What? Do you do that in Mario? But why? Just a little penguin. Just a little pengu. There goes Noot Noot. So they just told you to eat spicy meatball. They must really like Mario. Is everything Mario now? Mario. Oh, it's the frog again. Hi. Alright, lend me your bubble. Whoa. See? Look at that. Thanks, frog. Hammer, hammer. Minecart hammer. Bonk. Whoa. 2 embers, 1 ruby. More like Legend of Mario with Tears of the Wahoo! Tears of the Wahoo! I mean, I guess I'm not going up here for now. Okay, let's get the Korok there, and I think I have to call it a day. Tomorrow I'll do art. And then Saturday, I'll play a lot more of these. I need to play more Tears of the Kingdom. It's way too fun not to do this. Okay, let's heal up a little bit. Just eat raw materials, it's fine. Or something that doesn't heal as much. Everything heals more than 5. How do I get max health? Ah, fine.
Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Flash Kick.
Oh, I forgot about Street Fighter 6. How long does the open beta last for? Alright, let's try again. I'm sure this is gonna work out easy. Let's go. Just don't stop. Don't stop. I should have stopped. 90th to 21st. Only a few days. It's tomorrow. Okay, fine. Minecart. Alright, come on, my pre-built one. Maybe I need some more firepower here. Nice. This weekend essentially, yeah. But Tears of the Kingdom though. Okay, we're gonna need some sun blocker. Yeah, the sun is harsh. You're gonna take off your skin. Look at that. Oh no. Alright, gonna need some counterbalance. Alright, okay. Hey, don't worry about it. I have the counterbalance. Look at that. Perfect. Korok is counterweight. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Alright, let's go make creation. Oh my god, it's so slow. Part of the mechanism. Oh, I don't know if Korok can. Let me try it. Oh. I'm sure it's fine. Hey, Korok. Come here. Come here. Oh, Korok. Oh my god, Korok. You're gonna be the very best. like no one ever was. Look at that. Perfect. Just in case you don't fall. Like, this one is too small. I want the big one. There you go. Don't be afraid. You will not fall this way. All right. Let's go to the next island. Off we go. Look at that. Perfect. What the fuck? No, my minecart. Oh, I think I know what's up. The side one. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, this scared the shit out of me, man. Oh. Everything adds too much. Oh, maybe I should not be putting in 5 things. Didn't trust in your own creation. I did, but it pushed me down. 5, 5, 5. This one, this one, this one, this one. I just need to heal. Alright, remove this one. Alright, gonna need some protection for this. Just in case I don't fall. One more board? Nice. No, just like safety precautions and all. There. Beautiful. Look at that. Perfect creation. Let's go. Second try. Perfect. Perfect landing. Alright, Karok. Oh my god. Hunk! Hello, Hunk! Oh my goodness, how you doing? Oh, thanks, Pinky. I'll do this one then. Hello, Hunk. It's been a while. I mean, it's been a while because I didn't stream for a week. I was on a medication. How are you doing? How was stream? How was Call of Duty? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games like this one. I do dumb shit like this one, and I love it. Look at my creation. Yeah, I do art as well. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna do art. Was good. Died a few times, so tis fine. Was fun. Nice. Like, fun is the most important thing. Alright, get down, get down. Need to get you to your friend. There you go. Look at that. Safety. Number 1. Welcome to Tiora Express. Tiora Express. There's my friend. There you go. Thanks for bringing my friend. Here's something for you. Thanks. It took me no time at all. Bye. They're still here though. Oh, hey, Hook. It's been a while. Play with a bunny I haven't gamed in like 3 years. Yo, that's good. You know, speaking of recently, I've been playing with... Well, not recently. About the past few months, I've been playing with one of my middle school friends as well. It's like, I'm so happy about it. Alright, I need to upgrade this. Now the thing is... Oh! Wait, with the board. With the board, maybe it's possible to fly. And I have 4 fans. And I can deploy 1 for 5 fans for balance. Can a Korok fly? I cannot get them anymore. No. Okay. Time to go wild. Okay. I need this as base. Wait, I'm not trying to make the... No. I'm not trying to make the minecart fly. Okay, let's get all the board out. I'm sure this is all gonna go well. Okay, all the fans are out. There. And I just need one more. Zonai devices, take out one. There. Perfect. Now I think this one's a good starting, like, floor. I know I said I want to end the stream soon because I have badminton tonight, but I want to try it. Maybe box doesn't work, I feel like. Let me just get the things inside first. A flying bolt? Flying bolt is great. Five? Wait, I think I saw one more. Oh, 6? Hey. Never say no to extra fan power, huh? I don't have enough board. You know what? It's fine. Take this out. Ugh. It's stuck. I can so make a house with this. No, that looks painful. Oh god, oh god. I didn't do that. There we go. Okay. And we have this. How do I make it fly? Okay, let's... Oh, you know what? I'll treat this as a floor then. So let's get all the fans here. Or maybe... No. I feel like a square would be easier to work with. How about this as a floor? Okay. Hopefully I have enough space for this. Oh, I definitely have enough space for this. We should do DBD next week sometime. Maybe I sincerely have no idea if I want to do DBD anytime soon. I mean, I would love to. But then again, me being lazy and also with the Skyrim thing. Like, especially recently, I've been really obsessed with Skyrim. A little unhealthy, I would say. I heard they had a lot of fan service in this game, but this is ridiculous. God. Nah. It's gonna go well, right? I'm sure. It's so stupid. Oh. Let's go. We have our flying mobile. I cannot get up. This is why we have these minecarts. Let's go. Alright, welcome to Tira Mobile. You're flying with Captain Tira. Destination? Anywhere. Destination? Sky. Let's go! Whoa, oh, it actually fly! It actually fly for a little bit! Oh shit, it's actually possible! Oh, it actually lifted off for a few seconds! Hmm. Okay, how many Zelda devices do I have? 13? 13? Don't worry about it. I'll make 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 5 more. Mmm. Get to work. Alright. Hopefully this could work. I mean, if not, then... I have another idea, actually. Let's put this down. Oh, stable. Stable? Nice. How about this? Just remove all of these. Yeah. I just want the board to fly, that's it. And I want to fly with the board. And then let's do a quick save. I don't have to lose too much fan here. And nah, it's okay. Even if I lose the fan for real, I can just go to the device capsule and get more. Alright, who's ready to board Tira Mobile? God damn it. This is safe, right? Nah, this is totally safe. Tira Mobile, Captain Tira, off we go. Whee! Whoa! God, I don't even have battery. I don't even have battery. God damn it! Oh, but it was so good. Drone's got nothing on this. Okay, how many Zonite charges do I have? I can use this to get power, I think. I want to see it fly. I want to see it now. Let's go! Oh, I didn't think it's gonna break the wood. No, I broke the wood. Ah, god damn it! It's hammer. How did it break the wood? It's fine. Hey, look, we have spare. At least everything is still like fine. Dude, at least this confirms that I can fly in this game. Just need more power. Alright, Tira Mobile number 2. Alright. So I'll try to use the zone I charges.
1741 reminder.
It's almost 6. God damn it. Fan. No, don't use the fan guster. Just use this one. Minecart hammer. Okay. Okay. The third try, I'll try to use the zone I charges in between. Whoa! Fuck! Oh shit! Is there self-hurt? No. Okay, try again. I need to be in a more open space, I think. Okay, where are you facing? It's gonna fly towards where it's facing. That's why I gathered. Alright, let's see what you're facing. And I'll do it according to that. How about this? I'll just put it here. Oh, maybe put it here on the flat surface. How about that? Alright. Oh, flat surface. Okay, you. Come here. You. This is how I board my Tira Mobile. Wait, jump please? Can you find a very distant island over there? Oh, you mean you mean that one? Can you jump, Lunk? Thanks. You mean this one? Yeah, oh my god, okay. Alright, how do I make it? All my weapons are too strong, it's gonna break everything. I can just bonk it with a... Oh, I know. Give me a moment. There's probably like a tree branch here if I cut down this tree. Tree branch is like the best way to activate things. What are you? Korok Fron? Hiding something behind it. Attach it to a stick and use it as a fan? Oh! I need a tree branch though. Hey, do you have tree branches? Do you seriously not have tree branches? Like, I sincerely just need one tree branch. Thank you. Alright, let's do it. Oh, there's this thing blocking there. No, I need to be safe with this. Let's put it here. Alright. I cannot control where it flies though. But it's a good starting point to know that flying is possible. Alright. Tira Mobile fourth test, I think? Here we go. No. Bonk it. Thank you.
Godro Bongo we Godro Bongo have Godro Bongo lift Godro Bongo off Godro Bongo.
Oh my god! Whoa! Oh, fight! Oh, dude, that is so good. Worth. Worth. I lost everything. Worth. And I'm back here. Worth. I don't have minecart. Worth. I don't have minecart here. I literally use every single minecart. Worth. Dude, that is so good. We have liftoff. Oh my god, it's so good. Well, how do I get back then? Oh, I mean, since I'm here, let's have more of these. I use a lot of Zelda charges, so it's kind of sad. Give me more fans, please. Nice. Okay, then let's cook a meal. Just put 5 of these. Add, no, not 5. 3? I think I'll add 1, 2, 3. How about that? That is absolutely perfect. Wow. I'm a math connoisseur. I know how to count. Would you say you're a fan of this mechanic? Oh, yes. Alright, I see my creation there. Alright, I'm back. That is the scariest thing I ever done. Oh, but I lose all my fan though. Unless it's still here. Hi, what are you? Oh, you're a minecart. Is there a broken minecart road I see? Wait, I need to go dinner. Okay, before... I'm pretty sure this is gonna kill me, but I'm just gonna try it, alright? For the lulz, I'm pretty sure this is gonna kill me. Or not, alright, cool, all good. I'll save here then. I'll just eat a little bit before badminton. This game's too good. We have liftoff though. We have this beautiful creation of a minecart thing. And then we know that we actually don't need minecart to go through the rails. Lonk is actually a Giga Chad that can just walk through the rails like this. Giga Chad. Our snap Narix. Or maybe I can.
Did you lick cartridge yet?
Lick cartridge? What? Why would I want to lick cartridge? No super great? Aw. Hey. That's what I need. Because cartridge tastes. Cartridge tastes. God damn it. I can't argue with that. Cartridge tastes. What's with the hook? What can I do with the hook? Can I hook minecart instead? All of these will be answered tomorrow. oh no, sorry. 2 days after. Alright, 2 days after, I'll try to do more of the janky shit, which I love doing. I just realized how much of a chaotic energy I can have with this game. Too much power. Too much power is being had by me. Does it make sense? Hopefully. English. Okay, let's do another save. I know I saved like 10 times already, but don't worry about it, yeah? Okay. All good. I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. I think I just switch screen. Yep. There. Okay. Beautiful. This one is not flipped, right? Yeah, it's not. Okay, good. Never have been better if I had a certain princess couple to cuddle to sleep. Aww. I never cuddled before, to be honest. But yeah, maybe that would be great. Okay, where's the music? I want to listen to it again. This one. I mean, it's not exactly Tears of the Kingdom, but hey, it's Zelda music. Thank you for streaming. Thank you to all of you being here, and for the raids as well. Appreciate. Cuddling grade. Love you, go. Wow. Love you too, hunk. Can cuddle for hours and it don't get boring. Hey, maybe if I get a chance to, I'll do it. If I get a chance, that is. Or maybe. God, I need to save up for firm. I haven't bought the plane ticket. I haven't bought the Airbnb to Leon from Leon. Like Leon offered the Airbnb from December 8 to 12, I think. Look, I have notes, alright? I take notes. I take notes. Here. Yeah, I was right. From 8 until 12 December. So maybe I have to contact Leon for this.
Ticket reminder. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Remaining.
Might even be better when bring a blanket to cuddle. Huh? Do you not bring blanket to cuddle? I love how my eyes is just looking everywhere. It's so weird sometimes. Ticket important? Needs all the chocolate? Chocolate? I cannot eat too much chocolate though. Yeah, because I have diabetes type 1. If I eat too much chocolate, I may have to inject a lot of insulin as well. But fried chicken though. KFC? Wow. Wait, no. Boba tea? Wow. You take notes of the media, remember Narix, no. I cannot remember. I cannot remember Frontier. In bed, of course, this blanket. But me was the one who just walked up to her friend and blanket and hug. Oh, kinda cute, no? Was very like technique. Oh, also didn't know that. It's okay, don't worry. I'm pretty sure if people look at me right now, since I'm quite chunky, and you know, I'm quite chunky body-wise. If I tell people that I have diabetes, no one's gonna trust me. Why? Because I'm pretty sure. Well, give me a moment. No, I understand there's nothing wrong with being fluffy, but like, how do I say this? Most. No, don't drown me. Most people with diabetes, because they control your diet, they control their diet very strictly. Alex, no. They control the diet very strictly, so that's why most people with diabetes, I say most, with diabetes will always look like they're skin and bones. To my knowledge anyway. Why am I getting drowned in buckets? I'm drowning in buckets, not in H2O. Oh my god. Also, thanks, Breaky, by the way, for the pen. Appreciate it. Guys, too much water. I'll drink. Over here, see a lot of people, a lot of fluffy peoples with diabetes. Oh, I didn't know, really. But here is absolutely different. Most diabetes people are skin and bones. Can't drive on an empty blood. I think you got that opposite. You're gonna empty your bladder before you go drive to ensure the most comforting drive ever, isn't it? You're just driving the empty. Yeah. Right? Me sees all variety of shapes and diabetes from big to not big. It's all good. Over here, diabetes being fluffy go hand in hand most times. Wow. I don't know how they manage that. I think there's variability types here with type 1, not all skin and bones. Ah. I guess maybe it's because the doctors there doesn't treat them like books all the time. Because the doctors always tell the patients here with diabetes with like, and I believe I said this before, but they'll always tell patients with diabetes to eat like three pieces of low salt, high fiber Jacob biscuits, 3 pieces per meal, with water, right? Just plain water. That's a meal, or 1 piece of organic bread, you know, 五谷面包, oats, oat bread, I think. Yeah, 1 piece of that with nothing on top, 1 and plain water. So yeah, they follow the books a lot, and they sort of, it's just way too strict. I think it's unnecessary, and it actually is prison worthy. Yeah, I mean, even prison let you eat until you're full, but three pieces of low salt, high fiber biscuit. Here they mostly treat with insulin cause we lazy a lot. That's fair. I mean, I do inject insulin all the time as well. My Asphalt or Nova Rapid is 14 morning, but usually I skip that because I didn't eat a lot during the morning breakfast. I usually eat brunch, so. But still, I only inject twice Nova Rapid most of the time, unless I woke up very early. Then that's a different story. But usually when I wake up at like 7, 8, I usually just wait until brunch and then I just eat. So yeah. Oh good, dinner is here. Nice. One eggs Benny? A bit late today. Oh, you're right, it's almost 6. Need a meal plan that's more sustainable and agreeable with folks. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I guess that strict diet is gonna help with controlling the blood sugar, but it breaks the soul. It breaks soul. But yeah, like I inject 14 in the afternoon and 12 in the night. That's like the short-term fast action one. And then I have Glagine Basalok one. That is the 24-hour one. The 24-hour one, I took 36 units per day at night. And to my last doctor, which is the best doctor ever, he said that, oh, I am actually in very good condition because that amount of insulin doesn't really support my body weight. Right? I am 101 kilogram or 101 more or less, give or take. Well, according to the book, 14, 14, 12 plus 36. Okay, so let me get the calculator real quick. Calcu. 14加14加12加36. It's 76. Yeah, 14, 14, 12, 36. 76, 76 in total unit to support a person that is 101 kilograms. I'm still doing it okay-ish, you know, like I'm okay with this amount. Although my HbA1c, which is like the average, the average of the last 3 months is 10.8. It's a little bit high. It's on the higher side. But the doctor is like, yeah, I mean 10.8 for this amount of dose. Sure. The doctor is like, yeah, you inject this amount for your body weight. Sure, cool. and then he's trying to get me to a program where I can get the funds for insulin every month, so that it will help reduce the medical cost. Your doctors confuses me. This doctor is the best one by far, because they don't do everything by the book. They do everything according to how a human behaves. They understand, like, I don't need to be so strict on diet and everything, and it's just generally very understanding. Just so random whether it's a good or terrible experience. I know, right? God damn. I just wish I can see this doctor every time now. Maybe, I mean, I do have his contact, so maybe before I want to go to the doctor, I'll just tell him, it's like, hey, can I go look for you? It's easier for my brain, easier for my mental health as well. Okay, speaking of the mental health, I have been so happy. I've been so less stressful with how I deal with my diabetes. Of course, I'm not going ape shit on diet. No. Right? No. I still control myself in a way that in my own pace that doesn't destroy my own body. Yeah, pretty much. So that helps my mental health. My mental health, I feel so good. I will keep with that doctor then. I hope so too. I'm gonna keep in touch with him. How many good doctors does it make? 2. 1.5. The last specialist that I looked at a few months ago, or like actually last year, was okay. She was understanding to a point, but still harsh on the diet. Yeah, but didn't say that I am not compliant in every way possible because I eat more than 3 pieces of biscuit. Yeah, man, why did you survive with 2 pieces of dog biscuit and a slice of bread every meal? Oh, it's not with. It's either 3 pieces of low salt, high fiber biscuit or a piece of bread. to handle and survive with that every meal was like, oh god. Oh shit. I'm not doing that. Yeah, yay for less stressful, definitely. Do they have family doctors in Malaysia? Like a regular doctor that you can go for if you have a problem or concern that is not an emergency? I don't know about that, to be honest. I am going to General Hospital Miri. It's like a government thing? Government hospital, I think? So we didn't miss any. You actually only had 2 good experiences out of the 17 years, and then go to the doctors every month. Yeah. You know what? This doctor is the best because he said that he will look at me after 4 months, so I don't need to go to the doctor every damn month and just to get degraded over there. The doctor is like, you're so fine. I'll just look for you after 4 months. Go away from me. Get away from me. Get out. Get out. He's like, 走不要看你，这世界都在看你. He said, best doctor. Oh, of course, in a playful tone. It's not actually just like, it's not just like trying to shoo me away. You know the playful tone. Yeah, it was good. It was good. And it's in Canada, yes, not everyone has one because there's not enough doctors. There's a lot of doctors here that only follow books, and it's actually so sad. They don't do their job well, they only follow books. They don't know how human brain works. One piece for every meal is a bit too extreme. Well, not to them. To them they think that it's fine. And then there was once that I asked them, it's like, can you do this? Can you do this diet for? I'm not gonna say much, right? Can you do this diet for a week? I say a week, and you want me to do it forever? And then they went quiet for a bit, and then just say that I'm not compliant, and then treat me, and then just like call the specialists on me. And say that I'm not compliant, and say that I am easily irritated. I wasn't even remotely pissed. They just cannot handle the question that is not by the book. You know what I mean? It's actually insane. Makes sense to think Canada. Yeah, every 4 months. That's good. Flourish book. I'm not gonna follow the book. Ugh. Well, sometimes. Follow books for art directions. Pretty good. You can visit her for constellation prescription. Oh, you have a doctor in your family? Cool. Hi, numbers. Just got dumped by my boyfriend. I'm sorry to hear about that. But that's a weird first impression. Still hope everything well for you though. But yeah, that's the. God, I wish I can go look at the doctor all the time, like that particular one. I gotta keep in touch with that doctor, definitely. But shit, it's like what?
And welcome.
6:08. I have to go get dinner very soon. Fuck. I have badminton as well. Look, you know, this morning my friend called me, and then my badminton friend, he called me. He said that, remember, tonight got badminton. I tell you, don't forget. I was like, no, I'm not forgetting. It's like, oh, I'm sure you won't forget one. You better eat dinner early, or you later vomit again. It's like, I don't want to care about you. It's like, I didn't vomit in front of you. I love my friends. Imagine during a doctor visit, the doctor suddenly accidentally addresses you as Droxen in the middle of a constant. What the fuck? Although one thing to note, the doctor did take and did look at my dragon face mask. I have the dragon face mask that's made by 60 Clover. I bought it a few years back. He looked at the mask and said, 哇，这口罩美哦，那里买的，哇，好看哦，这是什么龙啊？ So basically, he's just like in awe that there's the face mask I'm wearing is like a dragon or something. He's very fascinated by it. Oh, sorry, I missed. Thank you, numbers for the follow. Appreciate. Actually, I should address you by the proper name. 709164. Thank you. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry. And my doctor, she doesn't give me the bad pain meds that are addictive. She gives me a shot once every month or two for my back pain. Oh. Look who it is. Leon. Hi, Leon. Leon. The Airbnb thing. Uh, 英文要怎样讲啊? The Airbnb thing. How long 可以顶到几时? 然后 how late can I make the payment to you? is that how you say it in English? I think that makes sense. How late can I send the payment to you? Does it make sense? Hopefully. Leon, help! Leon! Actually, no, I love gaming. You know, the password between me and Leon is just I love gaming. Rep 7, we can call Sven or 7. Damn it. Nah. Leon, you're gonna sub to my channel. You're gonna sub to my channel. As long as payment ain't due until yesterday. I hope not. Hope the stream can give you good vibes and you can forget about it for a bit. Hopefully. I still sorry to hear that though, 7. So? Oh yeah, you probably didn't hear that. Before the end of November. Wow. Okay, that is very manageable. Thanks, Leon. Thanks, Leon. I'll make sure not to wait until that time. I will. What's the price again? 160? 160. I did not forget. I wrote note for that. I wrote a note for that. I have a note. I have a note. 160, right? Yeah, it's 160. Okay. Hi, unknown. Oh, actually, hi, not the unknown. I saw Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I've been playing it for a bit, but I have to end now because I'm gonna go badminton soon. And I'm still here. I don't know why. Droxen commanded you to subscribe. Wow. I kinda did. So I'm late. Sorry to say, but yeah. But don't worry, I'll play more the day after tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'll do art. I still need to focus a little bit on doing my latest model. And then after that model, I'm probably gonna open up... I can open up commissions to earn more money. I'll try. Never opened it up before, but I'm gonna try it. Have you seen Gunfire release a trailer of new characters? Is that dragons or reptilian? I'll watch the trailer tomorrow then, because tomorrow I need to watch a Huarang's trailer as well for Tekken 8. Then I can watch the Gunfire new trailer as well. Yeah. Stay near to the Forum Hotel. I think he does, yeah. The Airbnb. It's the goodbye part of the stream. Does it go on for a while sometimes? I'm sorry, I just have a lot of things to say because I've not been here for a long time. And by a long time, I mean a week. I miss doing this. I really do. And I love doing this all the time. When again, it's gonna be sweat. Sweat. Sorry, my monster is too small. Just like on Breath of the Wild, I think Silver Linos. Is Linos like the strongest enemy? I have no idea. I just... Look, I'm just sort of focusing on trying to make the stupidest vehicles possible. A raft with one log and two sails that is like sideways with a fan. Wait, no, that one is without a fan. And a fan-powered raft with a single log and a fan. and a minecart on the minecart rail consists of 5 minecarts. Does that make sense? A minecart that is made out of 5 minecarts. And a flying mobile, actually, which consists of 11 fans and a single square board. So yeah, I'm very happy about it. Oh, thanks, Pinky. That's a clip. Watch it. That's my very unique and beautiful raft. There, and I've killed so many silver enemies. Cool. I mean, I don't know anything about Zelda universe. This is like my first ever Zelda game that I played. So yeah. What the raft was like, yeah, you can look my bestest raft. Of all damn, I don't think anyone can make something that can top this one. Let me see, yeah. Gwillem? Kinda want to rate Gwillem. But then Bot. I kinda want to rate Bot as well. Yeah. I'm drowning? Okay. I forgot to drink anyway. One more for the road. I missed red. See the clip later. Then tomorrow art stream lah, huh? I'll continue doing the art. I'm very excited. There's some changes I want to do, and I already have something in mind that I want to change. So, yeah. Gwillem or Bot? I kind of want to rate Gwillem this time. You know, because Gwillem's a dragon. Definitely not biased at all. Oxygen not included. More building game? Art? Yeah. I love doing art as well. Need to do more of that. Okay, let me plug things real quick. I'm just gonna summon Bernie. Pinky, no, I'm drowning. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. One more for the other for the other road. Lupo, hi. Oh god. Lupo, I'm ending. Want to join us with the raid? Today's stream is slightly shorter than usual because I have to go badminton afterwards. Badminton happens at 8 my time and it's already like 6:18. I haven't eaten dinner. Oh no. But how are you doing, Lupo? It's been a while. I'm getting waterboarded. Only a cat is actually proven to be beneficial for your health. Remember to read TG. Okay, I will. Definitely. I will. For the biggest jag. Okay. I remember. I was arrived late because of our time zones. I understand. It's okay. I'm just happy they remember me. I mean, in a good way. Because I know that I always reply to you so late, so I kind of feel bad about it. But I'm glad you're here. Appreciate. Non-sub rate sub. Is it rate Chinese? I forgot. Rate Chinese. Oh, it is. Okay. It's been a week. I forgot about some of my commands. I'm sorry. Let me just copy this down real quick. There we go. Kobolds are here building rafts. Okay, for this time I'll do it. Yeah, that's good. Kobolds are here building rafts. A unique raft. Okay, let me type in the rate to Gwillem. Having one screen is still kind of weird to me. There, okay. I typed the raid, so I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. Alright, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining me in the hydration as well. Alright, know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid and matter. Very valuable. Yeah? And here comes the raid to Gwillem. Boom.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny. You matter too. Thanks. Love y'all.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Cobots are here to build rafts. I think the car is just top tier at this point. Car.
Yep.
Yup.
Yep, yep.
Yup.
All the
Yep.
yips. We're trading Gwillem for anyone with a broken raid. Oh yeah, you know what? Let me just do. Just in case, right?
Yep.
If anyone get left behind,
Yep.
that's Gwillem.
Yep, yep.
Wonderful dragon. Thanks again, y'all. Appreciate.
Yep.
You make Cobalt coming back
Yep.
very happy. Caw! No, like Stinky. I prefer the call or yips. Oh no. Like Stinky. Wow. Caw.
Yep.
One more for the road on the sidewalk. Appreciate. Alright, be safe everyone. See you guys tomorrow with more art. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye. Love y'all. Be safe, be safe. Don't stink. Good times.